Okay, what's up, guys? New here, we're back. Whew. Well, today's kind of a big day. Gotta figure out a league starter. I'm feeling pretty inspired to run Invoker Cast on Crit. Something. Comet, maybe, if nothing else. Saw a Dreamcore video earlier today, which made this kind of look interesting. +2 to limit of elemental skills. Doesn't look like a terrible Ascendancy Stormweaver, but terrible freaking start location for sure. I mean, I guess you wouldn't even level as Twister in that case. Yeah. Found out you and Prada787 did Twister build. Yeah, he and I are the only two content creators who are pushing Twister, I think. Not much. Yeah, Penguin who pushed Whirling Slash a bunch, and 0.2 especially, but not Twister. Did you hear that the Shaman picks we've seen are outdated? Outdated? Oh, you talking about this? Well, I would hope so, because this thing is garbage, dude. Like, absolutely garbage. I feel like Twister is just such a crazy versatile skill. You can do so many things with it. I really love it. I love the feel of it. It's going to feel better with performance improvement. It's going to feel a lot better with performance improvements to the game, as well as just a natural visual clarity improvements through, fewer monsters on the screen. Twister's incredible for single target and clear. So, like, it doesn't really matter whether they increase the number of monsters, decrease the number of monsters. It doesn't get weaker in any sense. It's not like, Lightning Arrow Nova or something, which really thrives off of a huge number of monsters and then being weaker, for example. I'm really torn right now in the beginning. Right from the start, first of all, I'm not even 100% sure I want to go Hollow Palm. Talisman Druid skills might be better than anything Hollow Palm can offer, but if I league start Invoker, I mean, at least it's a placeholder. It's right here. It's like a pretty easy go. And then after Hollow Palm, I'm actually not sure what I want to do after that. Either like Ice Strike, Cold Focus, or Tempest Flurry, Shock Focus. So the advantage to like Cold Focus is obviously you would get like Frost Nexus to get elemental grounds. Wouldn't be super reliable on bosses though. And then the theme of that would be picking up I Am the Blizzard later, which is like replace Frost Nexus. Freeze is super, super valuable in the campaign because unlike in PoE1, you are not super fast. The monsters are really fast, but you are not. And so being able to freeze them is like a huge deal. However, the advantage to Tempest Flurry is pretty crazy too, because Tempest Flurry gets like, unlike Ice Bite, Tempest Flurry actually gets like a whole bunch of shock chance. It gives like double the effectiveness of shock. There's also this pathing right here that I could take instead of this. And then it lends itself to a better transition to like Wake of Destruction and stuff, and it'll be viable for bosses. So I'm like super torn on this. I'm really torn on it. Gothic, thanks for the sub. Paycheck. The 9 raid viewer. What's up, man? Welcome. Thanks for raiding me. Just started. I'll give you a shout out for that. Good timing. That's how you do it. Good old manual shout out. Thanks, buddy. You a PoE 2 player? You looking at, what are you looking at league starting? What's catching your eyes? Yeah, I'm thinking cast on crit comet trinity. There's some wild stuff I'm thinking, dude. There's some wild stuff. So here's one of the really cool things about, oh crap, did I just, okay, there we go. One of the really, really cool things about the possibility of going spells, look at all these different like specialized skills you get off of, you know, caster weapons, which you can weapon swap. Look at this. Weapon swap, get 4 additional projectiles, but proj fire in a circle. Imagine cast on crit fireball. Right after you cast Twister. I'm looking at this one right now. This thing looks insane. Mad synergy with cast on elemental ailment, as well as like avatar. What in the world? Pinnacle, look at this. Pinnacle of power is crazy. Percent more damage per power charge consumed, gives you a buff. It's pretty easy to get 4 power charges. That's 32% more damage. Then everything, so I would have comets that would be pure cold, or sometimes cold and fire. I would get like massive shocks out of that too, which would contribute to getting better avatar uptime. And just like, you know, more damage to monsters. Oh, actually it's even more with quality. Oh, you can't quality it though. EDC Bone Storm, the curse bot. That sounds like something I don't know. I don't even know what that is. Hope it's working. Crown of Eyes. I forgot Crown of Eyes. I forgot about this helmet. Let me see this. Extra spell damage also apply. No, I wouldn't do that. Oh, you quality the weapon for that. Oh. Oh, well, okay. Why did I say 32? Wait, 32 times 4. Or yeah, that's right. Okay. So it'd be 40% more damage. Because I'd already be pathing over here, and I would get huge synergy out of crit damage bonus, and then this consumes power charges, which would give higher uptime to this if you put this on charge regulation as well. So that would be like a no-brainer. Plus, I would be taking this point. Really good for cast on crit stuff anyway. But this looks really intriguing. This is kind of like, this is highly theoretical. I'd have to test this. I can actually test this, though, in the current state of the game. That's something I need to do. Like this league starter I'm looking at, it doesn't involve any druid stuff, potentially. So I can actually test all of this to see how it goes. Imagine you have like massive cold damage comets that also contribute to ignite and freeze buildup. And that they do % more damage. This is pretty crazy, although this line sucks right here. You do actually get plus skills to spell, which is really good. Kind of necessary. And then there's like, there's so many different things. So many different options. Whispering Ice looks pretty strong. Whispering Ice might be like a League Star version of a weapon swap. You get +4 cold skills. In combat, you get Ice Storm, which I think you could like, I'm pretty sure you could sync up like Ice Storm to be like a, with Unleash. Another crazy thing about the build idea that I have is I'm already speccing one way or another into Anticipation. Imagine I make like a hybridized Salvo Unleash build. Like I bet I have Salvo and Unleash. Good. So I would have like cast on crit damage skill like Comet, but I could still hard cast something when I swap, and it would be Unleashed. It would be like a triple cast just for the swap. You could like triple cast swap on Ice Storm. Ice Storm can have up to 3. It says 3 right there. So what? There's a new support gem that makes your storms follow you. Imagine you just like triple Ice Storm, and then you're like constantly chilling and freezing everything, which gives this more damage. That's so wacky. How do you deal with mana cost? Yeah, I don't know, actually. That I don't know. I mean, The saving grace is that Twister itself is insane with Mana Leech. Insane Mana Leech off Twister. But that's probably only if I'm doing really high damage. They said they're giving this a support gem. So, I mean, I could just put... I mean, I don't need damage for Twister, so I can just use the support gem, Walker of the Wilds, the new support gem that's replacing this, put it in Twister. So Twister is gonna... I'm gonna have extra supports that I don't... Like, I'm gonna be able to do skill effectoration. It'll be big for Twister on cast on crit stuff. I'm gonna be able to do AoE support if I want. I can do... Still do inevitable crit if I want. Salvo support. You could even do, like, extra projectiles or something. Just because there's all kinds of different things I can support up with Twister. Mana Leech might be one of them. I don't think this is necessary, though, for Twister, because, like, Twister already does a bunch of physical damage. I suppose it depends on how it's set up the spear. So I could make a spear, pure elemental spear, and do this. Oh, yeah, prod speed for sure, yeah. I could do, like, a pure elemental spear, and then set Mana Leech on this. I don't think Leech is going to be that... I don't think Mana is going to be that big of a problem. Unless I start going like, you know, level 30 comets or something, and then it's going to be a problem. But one thing I know is that I have an absolutely insane amount of mana. A Whirling Slash I can make level 1 so that it always... There's ways to make Whirling Slash so that, like, instead of losing mana, you gain mana while you're using it. I mean, it's not that ridiculous. It means your Whirling Slash is not really going to do any damage, but... You can do that. But I kind of like this idea. I guess Heart of the Ice gets chill automatically. More chill. I don't know if this persists after... Like, how long does this persist after you weapon swap? Does it just instantly go off? Let me see here. Heart of it. Fly one shot each. What is that? Oh, okay. Ooh, low potency could be good. Hmm. Some gems have no actual effect, but should no damage. Okay. I got a really great idea for a link. Check this link out. Cast on elemental ailment. Living bomb. Frost bomb. Overabundance. Limits of supported skills are doubled. So I didn't even know this exists. Wow, what? You got a limit of 6 on Stormweaver. Dude, what? You have a limit of 6 on a Stormweaver. Yo, what? Of 6? I was trying to take a look at some of those limit, like, storm skills. They don't look that amazing. I don't know, though. If the things follow you, maybe. Limit of 6? You have a limit of 8 if you used it. I mean, dude, imagine a limit of 8. Limit of 8. Yeah. Probably limit skills. Let me see what all the limit skills are. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does limit let you put extra marks? Oh, okay. It doesn't let you. Yes, it doesn't let you put extra different marks on. Like you can't put like one of two different marks. Or well, maybe you can. I don't know. Is heist a mechanic people would want in PoE2? Do you think? Wait, that just made me realize. With I could actually do. I could do Hand of Chayula. Be frenzy. I don't really have a crit chance at league start. Which one of these is like the strongest of these limit skills for spells? Because if I had like 6 or 8 limit, then cast on crit variations of it would actually be viable. Bro. What if I did like Stormweaver, Tempest Bell? Oh my god. 6 Tempest Bells down at once? Wait, that could be crazy. Orb of Storms. Playing Age of Empires today. So the freezing mark got nerfed. Solar orb. Solar orb is a from an item. Clearing with cast on metagem is gonna be sus with reduced density. I think you underestimate how many crits and stuff go out with Twister. Cast on elemental ailment could be a little bit sus, but cast on crit pops off like crazy. So apparently, if I'm gonna really like the density change, this does not. I don't know. Didn't know that. I like the density change. I mean, I've always been I've been a bit of an outlier. Somebody likes juicing and everything, but I feel like I wanted this game to be different in pursuit of the original vision that they had for it. I didn't want this game to feel like PoE1 exactly. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they had the balls to do this. The density change. You know that Reddit's gonna be flooded with messages like, "Where are the monsters in my map? There's like no monsters in my map." Can you have multiple living bombs in different? Can you have one living bomb in many different enemies at the same time? This is limit one active seed. Is that like per enemy? Or does that just mean you literally can't have more than one? Well, anyway, I'll limit of 2 anyway. So overabundance with living bomb and frost bomb connected. Anyway, this is pretty great idea right here. So cast on elemental ailment as a support living frost bomb. Get this: when frost bomb, living bomb go up, they give me the what do you call it? The shards, the infusions, right? So I need Fire Infusion to get Comet to turn fire. But I don't know, that's not going to give me like a crazy number of Fire Infusions though. And then here I can also cast Ice Nova. It's going to add a lot of cast time, maybe. Not that bad. Not that bad. If you have Twister hitting hard for AoE damage, you shouldn't cast on crit focus more on single target. Well, the idea behind this build would be to kind of abandon Twister's damage in pursuit of this. I don't think half measures is going to be a good idea. Generally speaking, in games like this, half measures is like trying to divide your damage between like attacks and spells is not all that good. Not to say Twister would be crap damage, but yeah. What other skills did I put on there? The Profane Ritual, which you don't really need. So Twister would look like this. Skill duration. Prolonged duration. 16-second cooldown. That's a little too long. Ooh, then projectile acceleration. We would want this for sure. Salvo. Probably. And then. Alright, so here's a sneaky one here. %, chance gain endurance charge when support skills fully break armor. Go Resonance. For 3 passive points. Oh, Risen, hey, thanks for the raid, man. I got a big raid now. What's up, guys? What are you, if you got time to answer, what are you thinking of league starting? Hey guys, what's going on? I just logged in. Thinking, I'm tentative. Well, okay, so I'm almost certainly gonna play Twister in some sense as a league starter because I really love the skill, but I want to do a very different take on it, so it's fresh. I'm thinking cast on crit, something with Invoker. I want to actually go cast on crit. Although I will say this whole like Stormweaver thing is really catching my eyes. There's another alternative cast on crit version that could get, I don't know, apparently up to like a limit of 6 or 8 on some things. But I definitely like Invoker, especially its ascendancy points are really, really good. The crazy thing is Elemental Expression I don't think is even that good. Yeah, and then if I league start like Invoker Twister, I know that the conventional attack-based version of that build will still be good. That'll still be good. In fact, if as a league starter, I'll probably create 2 forks of the build. One will be pure attack, one will be cast on crit, just so people can kind of choose what they like. It'll be a very safe starter, and it's Twister is actually buffed in the patch notes in terms of damage that it has. Right here, War Spear and Flying Spear now have approximately 5% more base damage. And then Twister also is getting the Wind tag, which is indirectly a buff because it's going to allow extra synergies that didn't exist before on new passive points and things, I guess. Or Druid skills only, I don't know. Other than that, there's no changes to it. But we did get some attack speed nerfs. So Whirling Slash is like maybe 10% slower. Maybe 15% slower, counting charge regulation. Deadeye or Amazon? I still think Deadeye is really good for it. Deadeye got like a 10% skill speed nerf and a slight survivability buff for a Twister. I was not using Windward, so that's a survivability buff actually with the whole deflection change. Defy 2 surround helmet tech? No, not for Twister, but for Whirling Slash that was nerfed. So with surround tech, you would just have to use a level 1 Whirling Slash again. So the Whirling Slash damage would now be like a third of what it was before, which is really, really big nerf to that as far as like clear and delirium and stuff. But you know, that's really, really late variants of the build where your damage would be really high anyway at that point if you're using that. So I would still use that tech for Twister though. I mean, you don't have to, like, Twister's on salvo, so you could like deliberately cast it next to an enemy. Do all wind skills proliferate and ignite? Oh. So I'm in the earliest stage of trying to figure out a good league starter. It's basically either going to be like hybridized with Hollow Palm, hybridized with Druid, Wolf form probably, or well, it's probably one of those two things. As far as Hollow Palm, I'm not exactly sure how I want to go about it. Here, I'll show you guys. The Tempest Flurry is a level 5 skill. You get it towards the end of Act 1. Regardless of how garbage your weapon is, you're actually going to shock with it fairly easily. You have a 100% more chance to shock. You can even socket another support gem in for that. And 100% more magnitude of shock inflicted. What is shock? It's default. So it's 40% shock. Really? It's 40% shock? I'm going to feel pretty stupid not doing that. God. It's double effect shock, and I get magnitude of shock down here, dude. Oh my god. And you get this instead. Oh my god. Well, crap. I don't know how I feel about this. What do you guys think of this pathing? The idea here is that you get I Am the Thunder. Shock ground. You use Tempest Flurry to Giga Shock enemies. I wanted to play with Deadeye LA because I've never played with it. I don't know anymore. It's somewhat nerfed. Bummer. You never played with LA Deadeye? Alright, hey, thanks for the raid again. Have a good night. Wherever you're going. Also, one of the issues here is that you're like basically avoiding all the attribute nodes. If you do this, you're not even gonna be able to go level up your skills because you're just like skipping all the attribute stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Turn around and do that. Or 4 on each side. Anoint? Well, this is like early campaign stuff here. Go ahead, chance against shocked enemies. I'm not going crit yet. Am I right that like Tempest Flurry gives insane shock? Like absolutely insane shock? Because if you had times 1 point, just this. Are you serious? Like Tempest Flurry shocks is 52% shock? Because I don't remember this being here. Could use Crescendo. I mean, I guess, yeah, I just don't remember this being here. That's so wild. Like, imagine having like 50% shocks in Act 2. What the hell? Maybe I do sacrifice freeze. And again, going this route makes Invoker way more sensible for like Eye of the Thunder. Because then you'll actually have it on bosses, you know? Because you just like rail into a boss with Tempest Flurry. It's going to shock him constantly. If you have like, you know, what is this? Like 30, 70, 100% increased chance to shock, plus like 100% more chance to shock, plus like if you want the support gem for another 100% more chance to shock. What? You don't even need like you don't even need a weapon almost, and you'll be shocking bosses at that level. That's one of the issues with Invoker early game with Eye of the Thunder is like it's way better for bossing elemental ground. We're talking about this in the context of getting elemental ground on twisters. So like in maps, it's much easier to get I Am the Blizzard to work because freezing enemies is really easy in the campaign. Really easy. So like it's very easy to get chill twisters in the campaign. But you know, when it matters against like a single target mini boss in the campaign, for which there are tons of them, it doesn't work because you're not freezing the boss instantly and dying. Whereas like this is a means to actually get it. If you're constantly shocking a boss early on in his life, you'll get that elemental ground quickly. And then that'll still work for mapping too. Is there a way for twisters to pick up Barrow's Anguish, Charm, Ignited Ground? I'm not gonna work off of a unique charm in the campaign. I don't even know what that is. Barrow's. So this is a 52%. And then there's all kinds of crazy shit you could do with this. Like weapon swap stuff. You can do this. Look at this. 10% magnitude, 10% magnitude, 10% magnitude, 20% magnitude. I'm already pathing down here, which I guarantee will take these. Another 15, 15, 15, 30. So like, hold on, let me actually do the calculation on that. It's 50, 30 plus 45 plus 30. This is 20 times 2.05 times 2. 82% shocks. In the middle of the campaign, you have 82% shocks. What? What? Was this always here? I guess maybe this, for some reason, wouldn't reliably shock, but I mean, it should. It should reliably shock. I think I'm going to do that. That's just so much damage. Okay, and then this still works well, even when you get Call of the Brotherhood and Wake of Destruction, because this is global shock effect. So even though you would lose double the shocks, you would still get like that shock effect. So it's still good, even without this. You would still have 20 times 20 times 2.05. You still have 41% shocks. Your shocked ground, which is 100% deterministic, would have 41% shocks. That's something I kind of set up actually last time on a weapon on the League starter. This speaks volumes to just like Tempest Flurry League starter in general. Able to get like 80% shocks or 40% shocks right off the bat, and then like 80% shocks shortly thereafter. Okay. But yeah, like the real magic here is the fact that the synergy is insane with Invoker for the shocked ground. So I don't know. I don't actually know if the shocked ground is double shock effect. If it derived from the Tempest Flurry hit, probably not. But that doesn't matter because all that's really important for is getting lightning twisters for damage. So the lightning twisters will have extra damage and will be hitting enemies with 80% shock effect in the middle of the campaign. The only major downside to all of this is losing freeze, which does suck. The funny thing is I have a bunch of freeze buildup though, so like those twisters could still freeze if I had enough cold damage. Like if I had enough flat cold damage. Or rather, actually, you know, it doesn't matter because late in the campaign, you're going to have Call of the Brotherhood and Wake of Destruction anyway, so you're actually going to freeze. You're going to have crazy shocks. So your shock effect will go from like 80 to 40, but then you'll start freezing everything. Right around the time when that defensive measure matters. Isn't there a new support gem that leaves shock ground? I don't know of a new support gem that leaves shock ground. There's a support gem that leaves chilled ground called Frost Nexus. Yeah. All right, so I'm basically setting this up to say I wanna get in the habit of giving like people absolutely love this path of building, as you guys can probably imagine from PoE1 path of building for Elemental Hit of the Spectrum and like fucking Giga Notes and stuff. And I don't know if I'm gonna get around to crazy notes, but having, you know, the loadouts, people absolutely love this. I think it's time to switch over to POB from max roll links to POB. Some of you may not know about path of building, but I think it's finally updated to the extent where it actually makes sense to do this. And I never used mobilytics. The fact that Frost Nova exists, or Frost Nexus exists, kind of undercuts the value of Invoker on I Am the Blizzard a little bit. I don't think there's a shocked ground variation of that. There's a shock proliferation support gem. The ads on max roll are horrendous. Okay. So the way this looks is it's like initial points and then next points and then progression. It's this early campaign. This is like early campaign, the campaign progression. That's where you get your first ascendancy point in the late campaign, early access. Or late campaign, early, hold on, late campaign is, yeah, another ascendancy point. It starts kind of skipping points a little bit. And then there's a weapon, or there's a swap here. Just set it up this way with like every 10 to 20 passive points. And I already know that, okay, so the idea of rushing Hollow Palm and going Tempest Flurry was massively buffed going to 0.4 because of the changes to unarmed. Okay, base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 instead of 1.4. That is absolutely massive buff for Hollow Palm Tempest Flurry. The Tempest Flurry is very favorable off of base attack speed, 140% base attack speed. Fourth strike has less attack speed, but, you know, third strike has a little less attack speed. That's fine, whatever. But having that huge local attack speed roll, and even though it undercuts, the changes to Hollow Palm undercut like scaling evasion, that doesn't matter. Early in the campaign, that's when we care about it with this build. We care the most early on. So having that increased attack speed is going to be really good. I actually think there's a decent chance that we'll be faster moving with Tempest Flurry. So one of the saving graces of going Invoker instead of like Deadeye or whatever. With Deadeye, you rush to Dance with Death so you can move faster. I wonder if Tempest Flurry is actually going to move faster than, say, Dance with Death does off of the Ranger start with the equivalent points spent. I'm pretty sure Tempest Flurry, straight into Hollow Palm, Tempest Flurry in 0.4 with some attack speed nodes, like, you know, like doing this whole thing. I bet I might even be able to skip Dance with Death and just make Tempest Flurry the movement skill. Just go all in, like, attack speed on that. That might actually work. I contemplated that last league a bit. Yeah, so basically you would move around the map with Tempest Flurry, and then your triple whirling slash would be slower, a fair bit slower. You'd be like whirling slash, whirling slash, whirling slash, twister, but you would be spending the majority of your time Tempest Flurrying, moving around that way. You actually have two static movement attack skills. It could incentivize me to actually spec more into pure attack speed. Or, you know what? Probably early on, I might just use Dance with Death anyway, just so you can be fast either way. Use whichever one you want. Because, you know, at a certain point, you just want to go fast. In every category, you just want it to be fast. So it could actually double down on Dance with Death and Tempest Flurry. If one ends up feeling faster than... Well, basically it would be like this. Like, the longer you go with Tempest Flurry, unless, well, actually, it really depends on how hard you're scaling evasion on your gear. If you actually go out of your way to scale evasion while leveling up, your Tempest Flurry will get really fast. But if you don't, your Whirling Slash might be faster. So I don't even know. Whirling Slash is a little bit less clunky than Tempest Flurry when maneuvering around walls, but Tempest Flurry would be way stronger than Whirling Slash for the sake of, like, putting shocks out there. So in case you guys haven't figured out, one of the huge themes about Twister and moving into 0.4 is trying to expand upon this idea that you're using two different weapon sets. You're trying to make them synergize one off the other, which is part of the reason why I was excited about Druid, because Druid is inherently supposed to be that. It's supposed to be, like, major advantageous for weapon swapping. And I just simply don't know, like, what the skill... There wasn't anything that stood out to me in a major way in the reveal that was like, oh my god, I gotta combine that with Twister. There was a hint of some things that might be good, like the pillar tornado thing, like maybe it forks Twisters and stuff. The wind tag additions. So there's hints. Oh, addition of a huge number of extra passive points. Who knows what they're going to give. But in a straightforward sense, I don't really know if Druid Tech is going to be good for weapon swap. But I'm paying close attention as new information comes out. But I want to take that idea that I learned in 0.3 about all the different ways to make weapon sets, which, you know, major players were like assigning weapon sets to spirit gems and like double dipping on how many spirit gems you have. Having a fast weapon to move and then a hard hitting weapon to do damage with, which is pretty conventional. But now I'm looking at things like cast on crit, where like later on you would drop hollow palm and you would have like your really fast whirling slash movement skill, twister attack, and then weapon swap to some kind of like giga caster powered weapons setup, like, you know, maybe like plus, what is it, like you can get +5 skills on the weapon and +3 skills on the buckler or whatever I guess you can wear. Can you combine that? Wand and buckler? With that buckler gives you like +3 cold skill. You have +9 skills there. Get some outrageously strong comments, which you probably can't pay for with the mana cost, because it's like 500 mana at level 30 or something. Although the Evoker is going to get some extra passive points and stuff. We already have these. And might be able to get even more. There might be some more ones coming in, like mana cost efficiency stuff. Wait a minute, does constricting command work with spells? Does that work with spells? I guess it's divide too. Does this actually work with spells? It doesn't. It explicitly says attack on the first half, but then doesn't say it on the second half. Oh, it's attack tag only up here. Okay, never mind. All right. Right. Sorry. Should have looked at that first. Okay, so with the new epiphany that I can get insane shock effect, I think I am going to league start it this way. All right, so I feel good about this. You guys agree with this as like the most straightforward way? The problem with this compared to like Ranger start is that your percent increased damage sucks. I could take a pit stop and do this. In fact, in all honesty, the most min-max way to do this probably would be to take these 4 points, and then once you reach the number of allocated points necessary to hit Hollow Palm, you spec out of these and then go into it. Although that's a little too cheeky, I probably won't support that on the guide. But very high attack speed values here, but low percent damage, which kind of sucks here, because you only got like 8, 10, and that's it. After like 17 passive points, that's really weak. That's really weak. That's like 26% increased damage for 17 passive points. Your damage is going to kind of suck, actually. Compared to Ranger, which... So Ranger gets like, oh, 10 proj, 10 proj. Attack speed. Nothing. 33. 33% damage. And usually I go up here first. For like an extra, what? For 55? Yeah, 55% increased damage. Right here. So the Ranger tree immediately gets a huge amount of percent increased damage. Which is what kind of makes it the best. So, early Act 1's a little rough. Everybody knows that, though. Like, everybody knows the weakest thing about the Monk tree is that your Act 1 damage is kind of garbage. I don't know. Maybe I do support this. I mean, there's a lot of attack damage here. I could do this, but this is awkward. This is too awkward. When you have no crit chance. These can be good, but I don't think they're worth taking in the beginning. Also, how soon do you get viable jewels? What part in the campaign do you get viable jewels? What's your take on bosses now have anti-burst damage mechanic? I think it's a pretty lame way of nerfing players' burst damage. That's what I think of it. I don't mind it that much. It's just the lamest way to go about nerfing player burst damage. There's got to be more creative ways to do it than that. Also, this is kind of a weird one. Say buff this, but I mean, it's so awkward. Like, is this worth taking, do you think? Is 50% increased 40% increased damage while on full life? It would never be on low life almost. While playing on full life? I mean, I'm not gonna have, what am I gonna plan to have energy shield? At this point, I don't think so. It's just down here. It's too far out of the way. I wish this wheel actually gave damage as the option on the other side. What's the twist? I'm looking at cast on crit, Comet Invoker, or maybe cast on crit snap. You know another one we might do? Has anybody ever tried to do this? What if you could make a cast on crit snap build? This sounds absolutely insane. If I could somehow get 2 cast on crit gems, I can't. And then cast on crit cooldown. No, you spec cooldown reduction. It's fine. You spec cooldown reduction. Yeah, and then what if you do cast on crit snap with Pinnacle of Power? Buffs cause, you buff yourself, causing all elemental damage to contribute flammability, ignite, shock, and freeze. Isn't that like a god mode combo? What if you go Unbound Avatar with Pinnacle of Power and cast on crit snap? Oh my god. The constant, just like constant elemental ailments going out, ripping off, going out, ripping off. It'd be like you'd basically just dump. It'd be an insane amount of elemental ailments in and out of an enemy, like per second. It'd be like the enemy gets like frozen twice in a second, gets ignited like 5 times in a second, gets shocked like 5 times in a second, gets snapped like. If you somehow like, I don't know, made the cooldown, I guess you would need a Temporalis build. What is cast on crit snap Temporalis build? Is that viable? Because you can. That sounds insane. -2 to 1 second. Wait, it's that low now? -2 seconds of cooldown. I don't know what other cooldown tech there is. How low can you conventionally get a cooldown of 4 seconds? Because you got Cooldown support. Cooldown recovery. That's like 30% or something. You got a one helmet idle, I guess it is. The cooldown is snap. 4-second cooldown on snap. I'm telling you, if snap didn't have a cooldown, I would totally do this. I bet it would be one of the craziest builds ever. Plus, you get free infusions, by the way. You get free infusions. So, like, your infusions from snap would just feed into all your other skills that you're pumping out, like Comet, for example. You know, get fire infusion for Comet or whatever. So you could, like, synergize this massively with other infusion-based skills. Can also be cast on Frostbolt to create a larger cold blast. Yeah, and then you can have cast on Elemental Ailment Frostbolt too, or whatever if you wanted. So anyway, that's like woo, head up in the clouds. I have no idea if that'll work. We're gonna take it. We're gonna bring it down. We're gonna bring it down to earth by talking about comets, which are definitely not down to earth, but you know what I mean. Science joke, get it? Make science jokes. All right, let's make some progress on here. One of the really great things about going for hollow palm techniques is right next to, again, pending changes. Here's one of the biggest issues. All this shit's going to change. All of it. I mean, for the most part, things will stay where they're at. But this entire wheel might move. What if it moves like 3 other places over? That would be really bad. And then there's also going to be access to other things. Here's another thing about Invoker Start. We're probably going to have, like, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if, like, right here, there's an AoE attack-based cluster. That would be God mode, if there is. Just right here, right immediately from the start. There probably will be. It'll probably be something like, I don't know, this. Well, maybe not cooldown recovery rate. What is the other one? Yeah, like this. Increase area damage. Increase area of effect of attacks. Imagine Devastation Wheel right here. Just right here. They're just going to throw it. And we're going to get 3 of them somewhere in the monk tree. I'm sure at least one of them will be right next to the start. So I'm not that scared of monk having bad damage. We're probably going to get more passives. This area got absolutely mistreated last time in 0.3. It was the one spot on the entire tree that received essentially no love. The entire monk quadrant here got no love in 0.3. So yeah. Are you trying to have chill ground all the time for twisters? No, we're looking for shocked ground now. Okay, so at the start, your skills are... Oh, this is kind of unfortunate, but let's see. Let me... The product is retreat. I have to go back and look at my leveling thing. I think the first one's retreat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are the first 2. Start. Fangs of Voss Twister. We'll call it that. Get yeeted. Okay, whirling slash. Why are the ads so loud? I don't even have my desktop sound on. What are you talking about? I can't remember what it's called. Oh, it's rapid attacks, isn't it? Rapid attacks. Rage. Honestly, can't even remember. I might have to look at my leveling, Act 1 leveling thing. Been so long since I looked at this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this will show it. Okay, Rage 1. Innovate. Innervate. Oh yeah, I can put Innervate somewhere. Actually, Innervate with Whirling Slash works pretty well. Okay, retreat, prolonged duration. Yeah, okay. Barrage. Yeah, I guess so. Rapid cast. Okay. Alright, but not in the first 5 points or whatever. So. Herald of Ice. No, we'd be doing Herald of Thunder, I think. Frozen Locust. Nope, not that. Combat Frenzy. Yeah, in the beginning. It'll have to be. Wait, what? Now I'm not freezing enemies. I can do electrocute though. God, I'm hard cast. Voltaic Mark now? Voltaic Mark will like electrocute enemies like crazy. If I go the shock route. Maybe? I don't know what the new Voltaic Mark does. We can do Frost Nexus and Bitter on Heralds. Oh, you mean on Herald of Lightning? Yeah, I see what you mean. First 17 points. Alright, let me get Fangs of Frost in here. Alright, I got bad news for you guys. Early Act 1, we're gonna have to use parry. What the hell do you link to parry in this game? I don't even know. Is there anything to link to it? You can just level in a different skill or just not even have elemental twisters in the initial phase too. You don't even need to do this. Hits from supported skills stun enemies, they're dealing more damage. I use it too. Yeah, it's actually not that terrible in the like Act 1 specifically, first half of Act 1. But it becomes terrible pretty quick once combat pacing goes up. The only reason I think it's actually gonna be worth it is because Fangs of Frost will do like wildly high damage with actually focusing on this. Look at the attack damage percent, 449%. You think Arbiter is meta in 0.4? I have no idea. I haven't looked into that, like drops and stuff, or farming strats. I gotta focus on making a build, guys. Whatever build I make is gonna be good for all content, though. For sure. Alright, obviously Ice Bite is going to be one thing. Put on here. The other one, I assume Freeze. Wait, it's tier 2? Really? That's dumb. Oh, Elemental Armament 1. Or even just Cold Attunement. Is there a way to make this search for only tier 1? I could do rapid attacks again, but probably not. Magnified area would increase the area of chilled ground. I just can't believe Freeze is a tier 2 now. Close combat. Oh yeah, close combat maybe. Wait, it's tier 3 for rank 1? Get out of here. Twister for a third time? Twister with a twist, dude. Twister with a twist. Oh yeah, I could do neural overload on oh my god, I could do neural overload on Whirling Slash. Holy. Get that voltaic mark. The electrocute still makes it so you can't do shock, yeah. Damn. Could do electrocute support on Twister. If I get lightning twisters, I don't know. Pin on Whirling Slash with a halfway decent way of getting combat. I'm thinking about proccing Combat Frenzy right now. Path of Building update, patch day. Usually Path of Building updates, yeah, the day before. Did Twister get nerfed? Whirling Slash movement speed effectively got nerfed. Attack speed and movement speed effectively got nerfed by about 10 to 15%. And then its damage got nerfed significantly in terms of surround tech because you'll no longer be able to use like any level Whirling Slash. You have to go back to level 1. specific only to ground, constricting command, ground, surround tech stuff. Twister itself didn't get nerfed. It actually got buffed because base twisters are getting improved. Whirling slash speed is indirectly getting improved too through base twister. New winged spear options are available. Wing spear itself got improved, like 1.7 base attack speed from 1.65, and then there's new variants which will actually drop in the end game. What about exposure? I could maybe do exposure. I wonder if this guy changed. This was really weird last time. Like, I think it was for each type of charge, but it was actually for each copy of infusion. Even though it's not worded that way. Go with this. What's the inspired parry? Yeah, I mean, I think it just looks like this. This is what, 1, 2, 3, 4 support gems. You're not even gonna have 4 support gems by the time you get here, probably. I guess you just kind of keep that going. Fangs of Frost. I guess you use Fangs of Frost or I don't know. What kind of elemental ground might I switch to before getting the ascendancy? First ascendancy point. There's no other quarterstaff skill that gives you elemental ground besides Frost Nexus, right? Or Frozen Locust, I mean. Like right at this point, you still don't actually have Frozen or any kind of elemental ground outside of Frost Nexus. I don't want to be using Whirling Slash, Twister, and Tempest Flurry, and Fangs of Frost, and Parry. I'm not going to do that. We gotta somehow bounce off of Fangs of Frost. I guess, well, okay. So I guess at this time you get Frost Nexus. Yeah, because like somewhere around 20 passive points, you're entering into Act 2. Frost Nexus will become available. Harry to get chilled ground off of Fangs of Frost really early in the campaign. It's a workaround for Frost Nexus being deleted. The tier 3 gem. Fangs of Frost is like by zone 4 or something you can have it. It's still just optional though. Try to find cold damage weapon Frost Nexus. Yeah, basically. I'll give this. Okay. I mean, I could use Ice Bite still. Could use like Ice Bite. Ice Strike doesn't actually have freeze buildup, but it still does a good job with it. Wave of Frost. Wave of Frost, tier 7. I mean, like one cast of this, you're probably freezing enemies. So it looks like the level, I think I saw the level is like 24 for the Ascendancy. That's right around this point. No way to get shocked to ground on early in the game. I could use Stormlance. Yeah, I could use Combat Frenzy Stormlance. I don't want to do that though. I'll just tell everybody to get Wake of Destruction at level 16. Problem solved. Just kidding. We're not Amazon last week? No, it was Deadeye. This is a cast on crit build, yeah. I mean, not in the early campaign, obviously. Lightning Warp? Only works for the shock ground on enemies it culls. Gathering Storm. Guys, I'll just make everybody have perfect timing. You only need perfect timing. You get shock ground. All you gotta do is a perfect timing. Which is easier this time. Apparently they increased the range of perfect timing. It's so clunky though. It's really cool but clunky. I can make Tempest Bell electrocute. I just realized. You could do Tempest Flurry, Tempest Bell with Tempest Bell electrocuting. I don't know if it would actually successfully electrocute enemies though. Oh wait, no. Can you just do Tempest Bell Pin? Tempest Bell Pin would pin instantly. I'm pretty sure. No, I was Amazon in 0.2, and then in 0.3 I was Deadeye. Because it shows a visual clarity, I couldn't see a character. Well, I mean, the Deadeye doesn't look much different than Amazon. The Shock Ground Companion. Dude, yeah, we could just find a companion with any ground. I mean, you can settle for any ground. Why they have to delete chilled ground from Frost Nexus is so rude. Why they do that? That is my least favorite change in all the patch notes. I don't know why they did that. It only matters in the first half of the campaign. But it's so freaking annoying that they did that. So effing rude, dude. What other crazy synergies are there with parry? Is there any other, like, can I get any other massive power bonuses from parrying in this game? Disengage. Wait, disengage does give shocked ground off a parry. Wait, I forgot about that. Well, you know, maybe we just use disengage instead of Fangs of Frost, right? Because you would already use disengage anyway to move fast in Act 1. No, wait, what? Oh. Wait, no, I'm mistaken. This is for Frenzy Charge only. I don't know. I think there was like some support gem or something. Only like shocking support gem with like slam skills or travel skills. And the travel skills? Explosive spear only works if you use a frenzy charge. Two of the problems with frenzy charges is that A, it cuts into your frenzy charges off of barrage for your twister cast to empower them, and B, it's kind of hard to get frenzy charges early in the campaign anyway. Shocking leap, here it is. Support a skill critically hit. Oh, when they critically hit. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. It's tier 2 again. Oh my god. I could try to go crit really early. I don't think that'll go well. Too unreliable. Crit chance is nothing. I don't want to, at this stage here, I don't want to rely on a unique. I mean, if I'm going to rely on a unique, I'll just use Wake of Destruction for instant shocked ground. You know, everybody will want to buy these ASAP. They're going to be a little bit expensive. Lightning Warp doesn't create shocked ground on if it's used on ball lightning. It only works in maps against called enemies. If targeting the enemy, the explosion also creates shocked ground. Just drop it? Yeah, okay. All these problems go away once you get your first ascendancy point. Or buy Wake of Destruction with this setup. So, I mean, okay. Spinning, I'm double spinning winning. Guys, we're going to be like Kung Fu Master. Tempest Flurry into Whirling Slash and Tempest Flurry into Whirling Slash. Whoa. Alright, next step. I'm the Thunder. Gives us shocked ground for free. I feel like right around here, you're going to be starving for attributes. Oh, well. Yeah, that's kind of a cool looking tree. Just to be all lightning stuff. So I mean, this pen nodes here are actually really nice. Even more chance to shock. And then 17. Because it's like the same number of points. Doesn't even include changes to the passive tree. Got this here. Alright, fine. I guess I'll do this here. Beige. Flurry twister. Alright, hollow palm twister. Let's see here. Like Alice progression. It's kind of early in game. I get deleted. Deleted. Why can't they give us the updated passive tree? I assume it's because it's not finished. Yeah, actually, here. Tempest flurry. Okay. Gonna now be projectile speed. Actually, sense that Tempest Bell. Armor break. Kind of going harder into elemental though. Mm. Well, I guess armor break's better than focusing on damage there. Oh yeah, exposure. Yeah, good exposure. Well, okay. I mean, kind of makes sense. The skill is gonna be shocking everything. I guess I could put this back over here. So now, lightning exposure plus 80% shock. Damn. This is gonna feel pretty nice on an invoker. I'm not gonna lie. This setup here, in the middle of the campaign, that's gonna be pretty dank. It's gonna be a little awkward with elemental grounds before that. I got 17, 31, 48. Now at this point, whirling slash might be faster. Maybe. Oh. Let's see what we got next. We got late campaign. Okay. This is where it gets interesting. Yeah, because here's the thing. Once you get this, you start getting a bunch of attack speed on spears. Once you get like Dance with Death and this, that's so much attack speed on spears. Probably do double. And then over here, got that. Hmm. I did that. Shock duration. Oh, yeah, could be kind of cool, I guess. Have I settled to go monk? Yeah, I'm like 90% on it. Crazy how familiar that looks. I lament not being able to get this disorientation. Shock duration will count for. This will also count for Dance with Destruction. This is honestly amazing for Dance with Destruction because you're shocked to ground. Will last a long time, and then like enemies won't be shocked for 4 seconds. They'll be shocked for like 7 seconds. Amazon was buffed. Amazon wasn't buffed in a meaningful way this time, unless somehow the whatever those are, elemental infusions, turn out to be really good, but they're not that great with Twister. Point of weakness. What's point of weakness? Amazon? Exploit weakness, you mean? Like here? Predatory instinct. Reveal weakness. Oh. That got buffed? I didn't see that on the what? The Amazon buff text is over here. I might have missed that, but like there's basically nothing here. Nothing for predatory. Since when was this buffed? Alright. Next ascendancy point. Well, it's either Unbound Avatar or this is 50%. This takes your reservation from 100 to what, 66, I guess? Actually, I usually do this, I remember. But I don't think that's good. I think, crazy enough, I think I maybe do Avatar. Probably that. Get more spirit. I'm not gonna have any spirit on gear anyway. Actually, I might do Protect Me from Harm as the third one. Well, I'll be either that or Soul. Well, actually, I'll probably do this one as a third. Hmm. Around this point, I switched to crit. To cast on crit. I kind of want to do it all at once. I switched to cast on crit. I might have to do Tailwind. Oh my god. I have to do Tailwind. Wait, I could make Tempest Flurry the... Wait a minute. I could just do Hollow Palm still with Tempest Flurry as a movement. Huh. You get Tangled Tongue to get the bifurcated double crits, easily capping crit. I could just use, because the reason why I didn't want to do Tangle Tongue right away is because if I tried to do weapon sets with other things, I wouldn't have a way to move fast. Hmm. I don't like this. Next up is Early Atlas. I need to have a spirit gem in here. This would be, well, I guess. What is 100 spirit? I guess I could do 100 spirit. Okay, we could do Herald of Thunder. Freezing enemies with Herald of Thunder. Can I leech mana? I'll have to have mana leech somewhere on the gear. I love this combo. It's such a sweet combo. It's all the magnitude of shock. Guys, in case you were new here, this build is like 82% shock effect. Because you start with 20, and then you get double shock effect off Tempest Flurry, 4th hit. And then you have 2.05 shock effect. 15, 15, 15, 30, 15, 15. Oh, man. Wait, I didn't even see this one here. This is another 15. What? Oh, my God. I thought this was chance to shock, not magnitude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What? What? All right, so that's 1.2. Oh, my God. Times 2 times 2.2, 88% shock. This number caps at 100, by the way. Look how easy that is to almost hit the cap on shock. That's freaking crazy. Freaking crazy. That's nuts. I'm gonna have to verify that. Probably at this point, just switch this over. I don't know what jewel I would use. I mean, use a jewel? Skill effectuation? Oh, yeah. I guess skill effectuation. So I probably kind of need to switch this. Doing campaign progression. Yeah, probably when I get this. Oh yeah, and then later I get this. Wait a minute, that's 40%. Once I actually get a crit. Wait, is that like exactly 100? Oh my god. So 2.2, okay, so 20 times 2 times 2.6, 104. Oh my god, I'm overcapped. If I get harmonic generator proc, it's overcapped. Shock. That's when I switch over to crit. That's be hard to give that up. Hmm. Sounds cool. Right, maybe that's the legit build because that would make Trinity work better. Imagine I have comets with fire infused comets, so like flipping between fire and cold on Trinity, and I'm using I'm using Tempest Flurry in between to get like lightning, and I'm just constantly keeping Trinity balanced that way with like massive cast on crit comets, and the twisters would be lightning as well. So it'd be like Trinity would be like lightning heavy, except the comets constantly splashing down would ramp up cold and fire numbers maybe. Uh, hypothetically, I guess. Probably not. They probably wouldn't go off often enough. No, truthfully, in the beginning, I would use Wake of Destruction anyway. Too good having that freeze. Crazy freeze. Actually, hold on. But, okay, so the problem is Tempest Flurry would no longer shock. Tempest Flurry would no longer shock, though. But I would still get shocked ground. So we can no longer get harmonic generator value. But still... Okay, 20 times 2 times 2.4. That would... Wait, what? Sorry. This. Okay, it's still 48% shock effect from Wake of Destruction shock ground. It's the price you would pay to go... Alright, so if I went Call of the Brotherhood, I'd lose half of my shock effect, but I would gain freeze easily. Super easily. Freeze twisters. So much survivability. Hell, you can do delirium. High levels of delirium with that tech alone. Also, combat frenzy would be extraordinarily reliable. I'm probably gonna need to put pin on Boiling Slash. Wait, doesn't innervate mean you can't shock or something like that? Can you still shock enemies with innervate linked? I guess so. Okay. I think I got it. I think I have to do this. Actually, I'm not really sure. I'm not going to be using Whirling Slash so much, though. Wait, yeah, well, maybe I will. Yeah, if I'm taking this. I think it's going to be kind of weird because I'm pretty sure, like, when you get Hollow Palm, Tempest Flurry is going to be faster than Whirling Slash. But then when you get Dance with Death, Whirling Slash is going to be faster than Tempest Flurry. And then as you scale up evasion, like, you get real amounts of evasion on gear, Tempest Flurry is once again going to be faster than Whirling Slash. Just like, you just use either one for fun. I mean, I'll just put Tempest Flurry linked. I'll have Tempest Flurry bound to my left click and Whirling Slash bound to my right click. And Twister bound to number 4. That's what I always played before. Movement. You press spacebar to dodge roll. That's how you move. You can always just dodge roll with move. Spacebar. I heard they were nerfing companion damage points. When did they say that? I don't actually take companion points anyway. I think this is the last tree that I have before I... Oh, actually, this kind of makes sense to do this more. At this point, you would be expected to have some items here, so let me get skill effect duration. I guess so, okay. Alright, I mean, somewhere in the campaign progression, you try to get jewels of skill effect duration. It's super good for Twister. It's great for like Ice Bite or Innervate. Good for a wide variety of things. Shock duration, all that stuff. Maybe, depending on... Actually, maybe not shock duration. Kind of modeling it off of this here. Okay. Movement evasion. Start stacking evasion. Okay, let me go to the next phase. I think. Let me actually check skills. Well, again, if I dance with death and I don't use it offhand, which I don't probably not gonna want to on a campaign anyway. Maybe rage and pen will work. So with these supports, I need to actually use whirling slash a lot for rage and for pen. Tempest flurry I don't need to use all that much. Just a little bit here and there. Get innervate buffs and lightning exposure. Single target. And shocks, huge shocks. I'm not trying to like keep a buff up or whatever. I mean, that coincides well with getting Dance with Death, and again, that probably being faster. I kind of need to test that in actual leveling. What's it called again? Retreat and... Forgetting the name of the support. What's the opposite of retreat support? Pursuit. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine putting 4 links in here. Still gonna need a spirit gem. Any suggestions on spirit gems? We have Herald of Thunder, of course. This should be a high shock build. I don't know if bitter will actually work. I guess it would chill enemies. At low level? Hmm. Is it? Okay. Guess. Lightning attunement and a little extra freeze, maybe? I don't think so. Probably not this early on. I don't think it would matter. Early Atlas. Early Atlas. Atlas progression. Early Atlas. The third passive point. 83. Okay. Now, at this point, I'm basically going to assume you have Wake of Destruction, so I'm going to yeet that. This is going to be... Yeah, this is actually a pretty good time to go. So if you Wake of Destruction, try to do the cast on crit swap this early, maybe. It's probably going to be these three together. This is going to give 50% spirit preservation efficiency from 100 to 66 spirit on meta gems, and more energy regained. This might be too soon to do it. I don't know. Could be funny though. I don't know, dude. I could just do cast on elemental ailment here and not go crit. But with access to sunder my enemies, oh my god. How do I get good crit chance on spells? Oh wait, actually this is too soon anyway. Uh, you guys like protect me from harm in the campaign? Early Atlas now? There'd be a lot of survivability, I think. Medic gems is zero. Wait, what? Medic gems cheaper? No, they're not. Since when? Since when? 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. If it was 100% increased spirit reservation efficiency, it'd be half spirit. It's not inevitable crit. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't know how early I can get away with that. Are you wanting to put crit on your cast on crit? Yeah. To give spells a crit chance. Because I'm not going to have enough crit chance that, well, there's like no way I'm going to cap crit. I think what I'll do is I just mandate like Wake Up Destruction, Call of the Brotherhood, and Tangle Tongue all at the same time, late like in the middle of the Atlas or something. Kind of how I build this out. Whereas like early Atlas will still be soft core. you aren't required to have any specific unique still at this point. Maybe I'm a little worried about what it's gonna do to players trying to like build a cast on crit build early into, you know what I mean, like cast on crit spell damage build. That's not early game friendly, obviously. So I don't know how early I can get away with that. This is kind of the point where I switched to crit, actually. Maybe. So glad I have this to work off of. Oh, right, blasphemy I used. I could use blasphemy again, actually. That's not a bad idea. Wind Dancer. Wind Dancer, blasphemy, and ooh, I kind of like that. Dude, blasphemy elemental weakness would be very strong with no extra effort on your part. Like you don't have to press anything to get that. Have you put any thought in this pure staggering palms projectile build? It's buff 5 to 6x. I didn't know it was buffed that much, but no, not particularly. Thought about it. So early, late campaign is Herald of Ice and Wind Dancer. It would be. Really need Herald of Thunder. Herald of Thunder is pretty good if you're actually shocking a lot. Lightning Twisters will send that out pretty fast considering I got so much shock chance. So the lightning twisters themselves will shock a lot. I feel like I really should have Herald of Thunder on in the campaign. What's the solution for mana? You get mana leech on gear. You just have it one place. Twister's mana leech like crazy. As far as like late in game with like 400 or 500 mana costing comets, I don't know yet what I'm gonna do with that. I got inspiration support at the very least. But as far as, you know, prior to doing all that, it's fine. I know it's fine because I know you leech a crazy amount of mana. Oh, and you leave Whirling Slash level 1. Yeah, Whirling Slash never moves off level 1. Tempest Flurry also, actually. There's the fourth one. That's... should be fine. Hey, Eris, thanks for the sub. Why Tempest Flurry if you have Whirling Slash? Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe you could get away with that. With higher Whirling Slash, Tempest Flurry. I do kind of need it to do damage to actually shock. Probably lose mana really hard, really fast. I don't know. I guess it's possible. Well, yeah, and also 2 of my 4 supports don't have a cost multiplier. So that's good. Zero cost multipliers on Whirling Slash here. Rarely sold that Pathfinder would be better than Deadeye for most builds this league. What? Really? The one thing I don't like about Pathfinder is that it's restricted to Sorcerer and Warrior. I would be interested in it for Twister if it gave me Invoker and or Druid, especially Druid starting location. Because Druid, I could go all through this AoE straight into Anticipation, stop there, and then like Invoker is like better starting spot later on anyway. If you're doing any ES building. But the fact that it's specifically just Sorcerer and Warrior is terrible. There's like nothing I want out of that except maybe the only thing would be like trying to do a combo. Being able to get Dance with Death and Resolute Technique easily is good. So Warrior is some value there if you went like fastest attack speed version. Yeah, maybe Pathfinder will have like the fastest Whirling Slash build because of Resolute Technique and Dance with Death. You don't even path down here for Constricting Command. You could have, yeah, specifically like, okay, so normally you can't have Resolute Technique plus Dance with Death plus Energy Shield tech. So I guess you could make like an ES super fast ES accuracy stacking. Although, I mean, accuracy nodes are down here mostly. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I hate the fact that you can't start on Druid. I would be actually really compelled to League Start Pathfinder if it opened up the Druid starting location. It's so good. All that AoE, boom, AoE, AoE crit, boom, anticipation with the small nodes. That's pretty sick. And then, you know, you're not stuck up here with a bunch of junk. Because, like, to move out of this area is terrible. To try and move out of this. But it's not giving me the druid start location, so not interested. Attrition got spirit costs lowered, didn't it? Were there anything else? Cast on minion death now reserves 30. Barrier invocation. Barrier invocation. I don't know what that. What is barrier invocation? Maximum minute. Oh, sounds stupid. Okay. Was that like that would be for like a hypothetical forbidden right build? I'm still not 100% sold on what I'm doing here. Maybe campaign progression. Late in game, late campaign. What do I have? Herald of Ice, Wind Dancer, and that's it. I mean, if I'm using these points, Blasphemy's not that great. Wait, I was gonna use Combat Frenzy. Yeah, I use Combat Frenzy anyway. Will Twister still be fine in early maps? Oh yeah, it'll be good then. It got hit a bit. The hardest part that hit Twister was like Act 1. The loss of Frozen Locust. So if you hate parry, you're not gonna like it. You can use parry with Fangs of Frost to get the chilled ground. So just, well, I mean, it's technically 2 skills. The other options are things like trying to get frenzy charges with like Stormlance or something. But you still can't get like a burning ground off of explosive spear without the frenzy charge. You can't get the frenzy charge without yet another skill somewhere. Talking about Act 1. Yeah. Well, I've talked about that before. You know, you can run a different build. You can run whatever build you want in Act 1. Like, you don't have to play Twisters instantly in Act 1. I still think it'd be good. Sky Sliver plus Wake of Destruction. Yeah, Wake of Destruction solves all your problems, but that's a unique that'll be kind of high priced. It's really common, but it'll still be pretty high priced on day 1. Accessible as early as level 16. Drops chill ground on kill. You mean chill ground on freeze? I'm talking about Frost Nexus. The tier 2 gem's not available till Act 2. I'm talking about Act 1 specifically. Actually, it does remind me. Tier 4. I'll go up to like tier 3 here, I guess. Less area damage. Yeah. Dark Profusion, and I think that's it. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure pin 2 is going to do the trick. I'm not going to have any freeze. Not going to have any electrocute. We could get electrocute pretty easily, though, if... Could get electrocute really easily if I just got Voltaic Mark on target. I'd have to use Hand of Chayula, and oh my god. Bionic limbs. That seems so weird. We're playing hardcore light. Everybody's playing hardcore this league. Holy. Okay, Herald of Thunder, Combat Frenzy, and we'll hope that pin works. I guess there's also... What is that other support? Like... Something that makes pin work even better. Actually, there's some things over here. Pin buildup. Damn. Not pathed near it. Poop. Fine. Early Atlas will not be that. It would be... Probably Avatar. Yeah, probably Avatar. You get better shocks, even more shocks that way. That's not a bad idea. Wait, I'm retarded. I'm gonna have extra spirit. Oh my god. Hmm. Alright, what can I do with cast on elemental ailment? Frost bomb would be nice. If I do frost bomb, then want to probably give up all this. I remember, regardless of how I set this up, I always end up going Unbound Avatar in the second ascendancy point. Always seems the smartest thing to do. Well, it's either that or I'm the Blizzard, just for like 10% damages extra. Which, I mean, is kind of nice. But with last time I played Invoker, we had cast on crit marks, so I'm just not sure what. What to set up cast on elemental ailment with. I know frost bomb would be good. You do a profane ritual for what, power charges? For whatever that's worth. Broker LA 3 dragons. I mean, you're talking about uniques. That unique is more rare than Wake of Destruction. I'm not putting uniques in the build until Atlas. Is it true that the only new 150 plus passive nodes will be top left? Well, they're definitely putting at least 3 clusters of AoE attacks in the monk tree somewhere. They already committed to that. They gotta do that. It's not my ailment. Could just do blasphemy anyway. I do have exposure already. I've thought about going up here, getting all these, straight up like dynamism. Get crit over here and all the ES. Unbound Avatar is super good for getting that shocked ground immediately on the boss. With the twister, that's why it's so good. That's why I think I will go for that in the campaign. From here though, could do this. What's gonna give me more spirit? This or this? Hmm. Probably this. Well, I guess this would be better if I had spirit on the body armor. Which I'm no way I'm gonna enforce that. Hold on. We had cast on elemental ailment. 50% reservation efficiency is should be 66 spirit cost. Which would still allow me to run. Yeah, that would still allow me to run one thing. Oh, I guess what, combat frenzy? But elemental weakness on cast on elemental ailment. Hey, that might not be a terrible idea. I don't think it would proc so often it would destroy my mana. Cast on elemental ailment, frostbomb plus elemental weakness would be an insane amount of elemental res reduction. What the hell? Oh, I could do flame wall. Yeah, I could do flame wall again. I had to see what they do with Toda if they actually implement this leak. Didn't they confirm it's not implemented? Because it's supposed to be the last. I mean, I think they pretty much confirmed it's the last lab. I gotta look at the spirit gems again. Actually, okay. Could probably run elemental weakness. How much evasion would you need for what, 60? No, just 20. Twenty. 400. That'd be so easy to get. The thing is, Unbound Avatar really lends itself to cast on elemental ailment. Like, really, really does. I can't get frenzy charges from a cast on Link, can I? I could get companion. Could do Trinity. Ha! No. Yeah, I just don't see it being better. Frenzy on Electrocute? Okay, all unique items are disqualified from this conversation. I'm still looking at, like, anything related to the core campaign. No uniques. Such a unique noob. Evening, mate. Good to see you. You haven't fallen into my feed in months? Months? I've been on now and then. You fix all your problems with uniques? Yeah. I mean, I have a tendency to do that too. It's just pissing me off. And this thing pisses me off too. How much is elemental weakness again? So much. Requires pure int too. One of the issues with this gem is it requires it's a pure int requirement. Well, actually, so is cast on gems, to be fair. Well, that's good. I've never seen these numbers here. Curse does not apply to enemies above level X. What the hell? Cooking up a monk, yup. Sure am. I'm like totally stun locked right now about what I want to do with my spirit in the late campaign, early Atlas. You just do, what is it? Elemental. I'm forgetting the name of it. These elemental conflux. I gotta see the whole list again. Okay. Blink. At least I don't need Roa. Ah. Man, it's really not. Oh, here we go. Like, where are they? Oh, yeah, Ghost Dance, but I'm not yet going ES. Lingering Illusion. Lingering Illusion got buffed a lot. There's charge regulation. Trinity, I can't use yet. Am I going to use Coming Calamity? No, I don't think so. Definitely not if I'm playing Invoker. Hybrid chest, probably, yeah. I mean, it's very likely because, you know, in the end, I want to get as much spirit as I possibly can. Given everything I can do with that, hybrid chest is the way you have to do that on Invoker. Gonna corrupt that extra socket and everything. All tier 1. Actually, the body armor is gonna be way harder to craft now with homogenized Omen getting deleted. I'm not sure how that's gonna go. Might just end up doing this. I think I gotta do blasphemy. I guess campaign progression I don't. Um, all right, early access, early atlas. Let's see what we're gonna do from here again. Hmm? Crit swap options. Probably gonna get frenzy charges. Wait, I forgot about barrage. Shit. Oops. Sing perpetual charge, heightened charge. Okay. This is like the weird spot right before I do a major switch. Alright, I guess I just start taking crit. Basically what we do. It's crit time. Could focus on ES. Oh, you know, I could go up here. Do this. Ooh. How good this is. Obviously, half the time-bound avatar is really good at this. Warp for now. Show me all that crit. Yeah. Okay, this will be that. That. Oh. Right. This one for sure. Get changed. $91. Oh, that's too much. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Early Atlas, 83, 7. Little too much. Early Atlas. I mean, I definitely want these. ASAP. Hold off on that one. Yeah. Okay. $84, $83. All right. Seems okay. So this is a halfway decent amount of crit going on. This is like the last stage of this build. So it's kind of like at first in the early access is a crit swap, and then the next stage is like into cast on crit swap. You're still like a legit crit attack build here, or becoming such. You're not really losing anything in the transition. That looks pretty nice. Some really good points up here too, because they actually give straight up damage if you crit recently. Next jump is going to be a big one though. Alright, so that's seems good to me. Cast on crit hollow palm twister. I don't know if I can get away with this. Oh, this is the earliest I could possibly do this, I think. Okay. Now, in the Atlas progression point, I will have Tangle Tongue, Call of the Brotherhood, Dance of Destruction. Certainly have those three by then. Just gonna change this. I don't know about a fourth one though. Not meditate. Healed ground, that's not gonna matter. At this point I'm doing huge cold damage. Kinda want avatar still, but I have to take that. I have to take this based on what I'm, well, actually, that's gonna be 30 to 66. This can be the equivalent of 66 spirit. Hmm. Fuck it, maybe I'll play around with elemental expression. Well, I don't know. It's probably a lot smarter to take this. This did get buffed after all. Gain 10 energy per power when you freeze. We're gonna have huge freeze. One energy. One energy. Wait, didn't what? I thought they changed this. Bell shockwave radius is now bigger than it was before. Bell actually got buffed. Did you guys see that? Tempest Bell got buffed. Dang it. This happened. Bell's radius got buffed. The impact radius. By like 15% or something. Bigger shock waves. Okay. Comes the hard part. I feel bad about not taking these. Wait, 10, 10, 10, 30, 50. One of these. It's even better. Huh. I wish this connected. That'd be amazing. Why can't they connect that? Oof. Okay, so gonna be swinging around the top now. Wind blast was buffed. Mm. Critical hit chance against dazed enemies, even for spells? I guess so. Okay. Even take this. And should probably take this. Figure it out later. Starting to look more like a real passive tree now. You know, go straight to the edge, go along the sides, like they all do. Two. Increase cost efficiency. Sounds good. Hmm. Invocated spells. Meta skills of 20% increased reservation for state. Ooh. Ooh. Starting to go into unknown territory here, guys. I mean, this is pretty sick right here. Have to go Chaos Inoculation. I mean, I guess at this point you kind of go in Chaos Inoculation. Maybe not immediately. Atlas Progression, Chaos Inoculation, guys. We're gonna have like 3k at best. Probably not. At what point do you switch over to Energy Shield from life? When's the earliest you guys like doing that? Level 79? Maybe. You need to go into defenses? Why'd I pick the Resonance? Yeah, because I'm going to switch Twister over. Because at this point, Twister is not about damage anymore. And I'm going to go gain Endurance Charge when you break armor. So it'd be just to get crazy amount of Endurance charges, which convert over to Frenzy charges. It's pretty insane how many Frenzy charges you can get. I tested that a little bit in 0.3. That tech. Could drop all of this. Kind of want to keep that though. Really need. Okay, so at this point, I don't actually care about. Maybe damage and surrounded projectile damage. Hmm. Ooh, I'm gonna have to make a hard choice here. You just drop all of this. It'd be weird, like transitioning out of attacks into spells. There's a lot of attack speed, but if I'm using Tempest Flurry, I still have to Whirling Slash 3 times in attack. Why Monk? I'm looking at Cast on Crit with Twisters. Eventually I'm going to go up here and grab all this. Hmm. Yeah, this is always the drama of trying to make a build, figuring out when to actually care about defenses. I think I want to drop that yet. Um, at this stage, we'd have 5 links available, I guess. I can't really do the thing I want to do here. I still have frenzy charges from Call of the Brotherhood and that whole setup. Maybe I don't need to do this yet. Yeah, I'm going Invoker, I think. The only thing that's really appealing to my mind right now is some crazy, bizarre, like, um, what's his face made a video on this earlier today, talking about multiplying squads +2 limit. You could double limit with like overabundance 3. You could have 6 or even 8 with the unique amulet. A limit of 8 on global elemental skills. You could do some pretty nutty stuff with those, maybe. It's like cast on crit things. Like maybe if you had like a limit of 6 or 8, you could actually do like cast on crit storms and stuff. Maybe it would be viable. I don't know. But I think it would just be probably a little more normal, natural to go like cast on crit comet or cast on crit lightning warp or cast on crit something like that. Not sure whether I guess maybe I go up this way. I get that. I'm gonna need mana cost efficiency, aren't I? I think I'm gonna be dying for that. The reason that well, I mean, Deadeye definitely not as good as Invoker if you're doing cast on crit spell damage stuff. But, I mean, almost certainly. But also, yeah, I wanted to change. I wanted to do something different. Wait, is this damage against blinded enemies? What the fuck? It's like a new wheel, I don't remember. Uh-huh. Okay. I think cast on crit doesn't do anything if Twister kills everything. Well, Twister's not going to kill everything as well as it did last time, especially on lower end gear, and now with monsters having more life. And then also if I drop Twister's damage because I'm focusing on spell damage, effectively, you know, gearing wise and stuff. But yeah, it was one of the things that turned me off from the idea after I'd already gotten like, yeah, if you look at like 0.3's Twisters, like, well, why would you ever do a cast on crit thing? Twister's just deleting everything. Well, first of all, that's with like a, you know, multiple hundreds of divines worth of investment of gear. And second of all, that's with a different, I mean, they're saying like monsters are going to have way more life. I guess we have less delirium, maybe. I don't think 40% more monster life is going to be more life than 150% deli mobs. So, maybe not, but I don't know. Because I was able to do 150% deli and still delete everything. But again, that was on crazy gear. I like this, this. I mean, that's pretty. That's a lot of really good stuff. You could look at like this in the end. Obviously, I can't really do that many things, but I mean, at that point, I would pull out of a lot of this stuff down here. But like, this is kind of what Metagem tech looks like up here. You got a whole bunch of good stuff. This one maybe not. Yep, this. This is the new league skill tree. This is all new stuff right now that I'm working on. How do I get the speed? Oh, there's also this. Wait, this is not gonna count for. Oh my god, it's only gonna. It's not gonna count with hollow palm. Ooh, awkward. Oh, this is the old skill tree. Yeah, it's the old skill tree. Oh, I'll save a bunch of points with the metamorphosis here. Can't forget about that. What's your take on Wolf Monk? I mean, it sounds... I have limited knowledge about what it'll do, but it sounds like it'd be pretty good. Could be good. Invoker. Wolf. Surely. Any more attack speed stuff that I can take? It's so stupid that quarterstaff nodes don't work with hollow palm. I hate that. Do all that again. Mm-hmm. Hollow palm never gave bonuses through quarterstaff. I assumed it did when they created it, and then found out it didn't. You need a hollow quarterstaff? Whoa. Oh wait, hollow palm wouldn't even work with these. Damn. It's like not a lot for attack speed. I'm looking at like weapon set points. This. Where'd I get this one? 3 there. Oh, 2 here. Well, I mean, I guess I could do this. Debuffs, debuffs, debuffs. Debuffs. What about electrocute buildup? There's also Wildstorm. Wait, Wildstorm got improved. This is a good spot. Attack speed, attack speed. Skills deal 8% increased damage per combo point consumed up to 40. Can't use combos for spells, right? Oh, this is, yeah, that's actually kind of good. I'm still using Bell. Not terrible. Ah, 1616. This is Giga Ice Freeze. This is Call of the Brotherhood Wake of Destruction setup at this point. It's already got that. How much speed are we losing? Yeah, maybe like 10 to 15% of our speed. No loss in twister damage, though. Actually gain twister damage. Better spear bases are going to be available. Better spear bases for speed, like new winged spear endgame variants, and higher speed on wing spear as well. Yeah, I'll be doing hybrid chest. No. I'm comparing 0.3 Deadeye to 0.4 Deadeye in that comparison. Next news, is this build available on Amazon? Twister is very good with Amazon. You want to do like attack based accuracy stacking version though. The closest resemblance to that is the 0.2 Amazon. You can look at my content on 0.2 if you want to see Twister Amazon. The game changed a bit in 0.3 and even more in 0.4, but I mean, at its core, that's the closest thing to like a really good Twister Amazon build. Settle for this. All right, this needs a new thing. Oh no. Atlas progression. Call it a different name. Some quick Comet Twister. I could hold off on the cast on crit stuff. Why do we need Hollow Palm? Hollow Palm is for leveling version, but I'm holding it over for now until at which point you would have like endgame cast or weapon shield stuff. So part of its advantage. Also, you can still use Tempest Flurry and get a crap ton of shock effect on the enemies when like cast on crit comet's not even going to lend itself to shock at all. Name. I don't know if I can get away with cast on crit comet this early, but let's see. All right, that's definitely getting deleted now. Oh, dang it. No. The right one. That's what I did over there too. Alright, inevitable crit. Last league, Hollow Palm. Well, Whirling Slash was bugged last league. It was doing like 2 times the attack speed it was supposed to. Granted, when we got things figured out, kind of got all that speed back. But also, Hollow Palm is going to do more attack speed than it did in 0.3. Just baseline unarmed attacks was increased. Scaling wise, it'll be less, but yeah, anyway. I'm also setting this up with Tangle Tongue, which means my speed will be. Granted, I can do Tangle Tongue in one weapon set and a different weapon in another. But yeah, like the what is it? Tempest, Flurry, Bell, stuff. That's a whole bunch of extra crits to cast or to proc cast on crit and cast on elemental ailment. It's I can't speak highly enough about the shock thing too. At some point, I'll have to ditch it though, because I'm gonna use like caster setups, extra levels and things. No longer need pin. At this point, we got all the good stuff. Okay. 3. We still got a more attack speed multiplier with Rage 3. I wonder why. Hmm. Actually, Rapid Attacks 3 is going to be better here. Okay. So what's your focus on spells? Comet was buffed massively this league with infusions. A lot of spells were infusion-based spells. Invoker was buffed with spells as well, especially like metagem stuff. Reservation efficiency, that kind of thing. The passive tree was shuffled around. Looks like it's, if anything, going to be even more favorable for spells and around the monk witch tree sections. I assume it's going to get better if anything. It's something I thought of doing last league, never got around to it. That's like a second build. Right here. Ignite changes? I don't know. I'm not even aware of any ignite changes. I'm going Comet with Fire Infused though. It'd be a huge amount of fire damage on the hit. What improvements were made to Ignite? Talking about Crown of Eyes. I mean, I'm not planning to like take a whole bunch of spell damage on trees per se, but no. Well, how much? What determines how much ignite damage you do? Since flammability is involved. Yeah, fire infused comets buffed. I may not need Wake of Destruction boots. I really don't think I need it with this setup. I think I've actually like made a setup like so freakishly strong without it. Hmm. Yeah, try to set this up without it. Still do Call of the Brotherhood though. Wait, hold on. No, that doesn't work. No, that's right. I can't do that with that. I can't do Call of the Brotherhood without. That won't shock anything. Yeah, I don't really know about that. Ah, fuck. Okay, I guess. Still works with the boots. Yeah, I guess I can drop Hollow Palm at Alice progression. It's starting to make less and less sense once I switch to Comet. Like, everything leading up to the switch to Comet makes sense. But after. What is the point of having a tier 3 and a tier 4 this close together, doing almost no difference? Boots gonna cost 5 to 7 div in day 1. Well, they didn't in 0.3. They cost 5 to 7 exalts in day 1. What? Did you just make that up? Were you not here in 0.3? Yeah, maybe if Twister was like Giga Meta. But with a 0.3 play rate, it's not going to be that. Wait, the dinner rate only attacks, right? Back the knockback, yo. This makes more sense to where this gear set up. Actually, I may not really need. I don't necessarily need elemental twisters. Hmm. Alright. Bomb. Boss bomb. Do I need Ice Nova? What other things can we do with cold infusion? Ross and Dart. I got have Ice and Ice Nova just do more damage too. Don't need Blame Wall. Potent exposure. No. Hmm. I already have this. Critical hits ignore non-negative enemy monster res. Might need inspiration here. Oh, I'm forgetting what I'm doing here. It's this. Isn't less duration, skill effect duration, good for Frostbomb? As well as Living Bomb? So the idea behind this link is, well, actually here, let me set this up first. I'm actually not even sure what supports to use here. Let's see what builds have. I really don't know. Well, Cascade. What the hell? I don't even know what that is. Obviously, Spell Cascade is good. That's gonna be. Wait, that's not a reservation? Hold on. So Spell Echo, which is huge reservation, is Spell Cascade. To also target an additional area on either side of the randomly chosen axis. How is it because Spell Cascade is less? Oh, because it deals less damage. The spell echo is more area of effect, same damage. Less cast speed makes it really good for triggers. That would be too much cost. Not gonna be using Rakettis Flow on Invoker. Is that considered casting? This is the biggest learning curve for me. What the fuck? 35% more damage. Like, what does cast speed even mean in a trigger? That sounds really good. Small cost multiplier. Okay. Between 40 and 50% more area of effect. 40 and 50% less and more. 40% less, 60% recover between 0 and 20% cost on use. Huh. What skills are triggered? Skills triggered by support skills have their damage area effect. Random raise. Triggered as well as recovering a random amount of cost. Wait, and then it makes it cost more though. Category fluke. What in the world? What? It's a weird one. Is that like a desirable item? No, the quick chance doesn't scale with the weapon. I don't actually know what the quick chance is. Bitter? Well, I mean, obviously I'm going to use efficiency. Keep changing your mind about the league starter? Elemental focus. I mean, I could do that. Concentrated area? Wait, wouldn't Dialas be like extremely good to put here? It's not league start friendly. I feel like that's not really worth it. Oh my God, this guy's temporalis. We. I need to see like a cast on crit comet build from 0.3. I could do pinpoint critical. Have your doubts about Druid and Whirling Slash? I mean, Whirling Slash is still gonna function the same. Lost like 10 to 15% of movement speed based on what my Deadeye had. Still gonna feel fast. I don't think it lost as much movement speed as like movement skilled players. They got wrecked on the boot. How they're setting up the boots. Is it gonna be button heavy? Not any more buttons than last league, I don't think. Hold mastery. Concentrated area. Interesting. Maybe conk effect is good here. How good is conk effect? It's Already lost area of effect on spell cascade. Oh wait, spells, skills that hit enemies and you cast yourself. Oh, I can't use considered casting. Huh, I see. Well, I want Comet to be able to freeze enemies. Not that many percent more damage multipliers. Hmm. Resistance of a different elemental type. Does this work with triggered skills? It does, right? Could do inhibitor. Inhibitor. Hard to remember the subtle differences at league start coming out from the other game. Yeah. Wait, support skills cannot cause freeze buildup. Consume freeze on enemies to deal. Does Defy 2 work on cast on crit? No, it's for attacks only. Maybe pinpoint critical? I don't know. There's no. What was that? What was that other one called? Rising Tempest. Guys, I can't remember if Rising Tempest works with triggered skills. Where it was giving more damage per elemental skill used rather than more damage per elemental skill that was used. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like that would be good. What? AI, why are you lying to me? Well, I know it doesn't work with like heralds. Hmm. The wording is so strange. Like for some reason, I'm thinking Rising Tempest works with like triggered skills. I guess not. Trinity? Trinity would be later. Not this soon. Like when you have like really, really, really good gear. I just have no percent more damage multiplier. Why they use concentrated effect, isn't it? Execute. Hmm. Could actually be good. Crazy enough. Rage Forge? No. Zenith. 25% of support skilled mana cost is recouped as mana. How would I mandate I'm 90% mana though? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Break armor with Twister and exploit weakness. But I think it would go off too fast. I don't know, man. Like that actually sounds insane. Because like I don't actually care about armor break. And doesn't this like reset broken armor from Twister immediately? Like this would just flood me with frenzy charges. This doesn't say it's specific to attacks. Comet's not doing any physical damage anyway. Oh, efficiency? Yeah. I would have to do... Actually, you know what? I might not need inevitable crit with Tangle Tongue. I might not need it. Let's see. Do I need inevitable crit at 100% crit chance of Tangle Tongue? I mean, am I going Shaman route? I'm not going Druid Ascendancy. Not likely. Check this out. 20% chance to gain endurance charge and support skills fully break armor. That's... I already know that Twister, like in maps, that gives like tons and tons of frenzy charges for days. With resonance. But there was no other like version of the build really that made sense to path up the resonance. But here it's only 2 points away. Isn't that nice? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. This I would do this. Eee. Actually, I guess I would do that. Be smarter with this build. That's kind of cute. Yeah, a little slow moving here. I'm kind of building it in real time. No new tree, nope. Well, the cool thing is that twisters would be the primary means to get the cast on crits to go off. The more the twisters go off, the more comets go off. The more the twisters go off, the faster the armor gets broken. The more comets go off, the faster the armor gets removed. The damage conversion, this all could potentially, hypothetically, sync up incredibly well. If it was even like, had like a third of the efficacy, this would be good, because that's a 40% more damage multiplier. Will you deal enough fizz damage? I'm sure I will, yeah. Seeing what happens in regular maps with the regular build. I'm not like... It's not like I've... Well, okay, the point is, like, a lot of the damage that goes to spells also works for attacks, too. Like, a lot of it is crit, just like global crit. And then I'm taking these points anyway for, like, damage purposes. Actually, that reminds me, this gets changed. With this setup. Hmm. Gotta put tornado. Is tornado even a skill? not a skill in this game. At least you're talking about the new druid skill. We don't know it yet. Well, this is kind of awkward. It's gonna be an expensive respec. Just drop all of this. That's kind of weird. Now what do I put for these? I guess crit specifically. Does anybody know for certain if like, all right, let's say you have cast on crit gem set for both weapon set 1 and 2, but you have like different amounts of crit on each one. Does that dynamically change? Like if you're weapon swapping and your cast on crit is proccing, does it read off of... Does the spell that is triggered through the cast on crit read off of the original attack that caused the crit, or does it read dynamically based off of whatever weapon set you have active at the time? Because I remember if I had cast on crit active only on one weapon set, it would only work for anything on that one weapon set. It's a little more obvious, but yeah, it's all a little tricky. Alright, I still care about the crit chance. I guess the damage. But trigger cast on crit that's active? Well, here's the problem with that theory is that, like, what if part of the cast on crit energy gain is from one weapon set and part of it is from another weapon set? Then is it just read off the one that triggered it over the edge, or what? This is like an absolute mind fuck right now. Because I'm not going for damage on the twister setup. I guess I want skill effect. I want skill effect duration more than anything. Yeah. Wish I got some down here. Yeah, basically the best thing to scale on weapons at 2 right here would be skill effect duration, AoE, or duration, or cool. No, not cooldown. Or projectile speed. But I guess I'll just have to wait for the new monk points. where the hell they are. That's why I'd spend them on here. Oh, spell damage while holding a melee weapon work now. Nice. So actually be real damage. Eee. Got any frenzy charges? You're gonna get flooded with frenzy charges. We got endurance charge, 20% chance to get endurance charge and break enemy's armor, and I got exploit weakness on Comet. I believe it's snapshots. See if there's any stun tech. Wait, 1 life per 4 dex? I don't know about that. I could go deflection. Might do mana leech actually. That's such a poor use of points, though. Drop that. I don't know. I can just drop these points. Mana is much more important now. Yep. But I'm probably gonna get most of my mana from leech, not regen. This looks kind of nice though. Yeah, cast on crit is considered 2 separate. Well, it's considered activated for both weapon sets. This is quick chance. 55. A real quick chance 636. Ah. I forget. Eternal Youth got nerfed like crazy. I forget what people use it for now. Recharge instead of any use. Just for the life recharge? Crits from cast on crit in set 2 would contribute to triggers for cast on crit in set 1. Can we anoint more crits somewhere? No, we have to anoint anticipation. Anticipation will be the anoint for sure. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess could be something. Well, the only other thing I might anoint is like this Endless Blizzard +1 to level of all cold skills. That might be worth anointing more so. Probably just give Megalomaniac. But not at this point in progression. Yeah, we got concerns of like crit. Do I have enough crit? Do I have enough mana? Do I have enough damage? Like Comet is... Comet's quick chance is kind of high. Really? Why does it say bifurcated? What? Why does it say bifurcated? Wait a minute. Does Tangle Tongue bifurcate crits off of cast on crit? The spells? Does Tangle Tongue bifurcate crits on spells? Because that seems to be what Path of Building suggests. No way, dude. That's way too good. No way. No effing way. That's way too good to be true. If that's real. It does not say bifurcates crits as a weapon. What? Did anybody ever use this? Yo, what? This is double damage. Oh my fucking god. Biggest biggest thing I've seen in all this week for this. Well, maybe I don't go a spell setup and just bifurcate crits. Oh my god. What? Hold on, let me see. Oh, that's insane. I can't wait to point that out in the build guide. Tangle Tongue setup was supposed to just be sort of like, you know, you ease into it, and then we'll do the real serious stuff later. But if that's how it is, well then, goddamn. Tangle Tongue for Spellcaster. I know, Spellcaster Tangle. Don't tell nobody, guys. Tell nobody. Bifurcate. Crit chance 50, bifurcate 75. Oh. Is this testable in game? Yeah, it is. We could test this in the game. One of you guys go test it right now. Find out if it's real. I can't do this yet. Inevitable. Crit. No, not Tangle Tongue. You're talking about Garakan's Resolve. You're talking about the Lineage Gem. Tangle Tongue wasn't nerfed. I don't think. Was it? Wait, was it nerfed? No. They didn't nerf Tangle Tongue to do only. I mean, I thought they destroyed that Garakan's Resolve gem. I don't know why they did that. Unless there was all kinds of sources of lucky crit, but there's not. Yeah, let's actually set some stuff here. We got cold. Oh, time goes by between an average of like 6 seconds. Oh, let's see a charge regulation for percent more power charge. Hmm. Now my crit chance is a little better. Comet is 53. 86. Yo, pinpoint critical will actually be really good here with this as a way to like get into it before you know, try to cap your spell crit the hard way or whatever. If we get bifurcated crits, pinpoint critical is gonna be super important. Actually hit that double crit. I have to have that yet. also has no cost multiplier. I somehow managed to 3 supports on here with no cost multiplier. Feels good, man. Do you have any plans to give Druid a try? I'm interested in trying Druid weapon archetype, but not Druid, probably. Oh, Hipsido, I didn't realize you. That's like, what's up, man? I'm playing your class. I'm playing Invoker. I think I'm going to do a Twister cast on crit build, especially since evidently I just found out 5 minutes ago that bifurcated crits on Tangle Tongue works for spells. I don't know why. Pretty sure I can get away with, a little bit better Tangle Tongue. This is 7.5. Not going to use this with some garbage roll. Gotta make it 7.5. Make it pretty. I was waiting for you to get cast on crit. Now we talking? Yeah, I don't know about mana sustain, but Twisters can leech mana like a madman. So, I mean, constantly just all the way to full instantly. And if Twisters are required to trigger the cast on crit, the more Twister hits, the more mana I leech. The more Twisters hit, the more comets go off. So it's they scale upward together. So I mean, maybe this will work. I still suspect I'll have to use things like this, mana efficiency, conservative casting, and all that. A little bit of that stuff. And maybe this one too, deep trance. Meta skills have 20% increased reservation efficiency. Okay, that's not mana though. So, wait a minute. There's another. Hold on. There's another unique. What about this? How expensive is this? Effigy of Cruelty. I mean, look at this. This is gonna be like instant cap. This would be like instant cap crit weakness, like instantly. Spell damage too. Is this cheap? League start item? Be a great way to kind of solve the crit problems early. I assume there's no internal cooldown. Critical hits with spell will still count with living bomb and what is this over here? Living bomb, ice nova, frost bomb, living bomb. I wouldn't call this endgame, but this could be a way to just get around some of the problems with capping crit. Where's critical weakness? Oh, what? It's not even on there. Oh my god. Not supported by Path of Building. How do I manually put critical weakness in here? Cast on crit should allow for plenty of power charges to use stuff like potential support, charge regulation. Charge regulation I can use, yeah. Why do you think uh potential support, like where are you getting enough power charges? Oh. Um no, that's not gonna work, I don't think. Especially when I'm concerned with single target too. What's the what is the text for this? Critical hit chance. This isn't dynamic stacking, right? Resets. This is surely that resets. Oh yeah. Thank you. Is real? Max good chance. Good chance 96% with 6 seconds up to 8. Ooh. I mean 95% is good enough. I don't really need pinpoint critical with that. Oh yeah. Freaking critical weakness pretty OP. Spells especially. There are other ways to get critical weakness though. You'd use a what is it, Malice Scepter or something? Uh, it's not a scepter, right? I, well, wouldn't it just be smarter to do this? It's not going to be as reliable, but over time it would stack up, I guess. And then you get 100 free spirit and stats. Well, I guess the stats wouldn't be that good. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I mean, this unique is kind of nice. 70% increased spell damage is pretty crazy. And you can shield. I will care about that a little bit. Chaos res. Twister again. Oh, yeah. You can't get spirit with Sinister though. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. Oh no, guys, we can play cast on crit comet parry build. We just parry all the time for critical weakness. Look at that parry tech. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use this cast on crit spells. As long as it's not an expensive unique. I don't know how expensive it is. 2,600 and it's like a third of the commonality is that. Well, it's the kind of thing that if it is meta, it'll be expensive, but if it's not, it won't. It's not like 100% required to function, but I guess again. I'm gonna have to use inevitable crit there. So if we have a weapon that doubles the damage of my spells, how good is that in comparison to a rare modifier? Like, does a rare one-handed weapon more than double the damage of your spells usually? I'm guessing the answer is probably yes, but not by a whole lot more than that. I don't know whether I want to drop which one of these I want to drop. Wait, what? I thought it is 3. Well, I don't care about this as much. I guess that's the way I gotta do it. This is the least important one. Don't care as much about the damage. Twister anyway. Have to sacrifice prog speed a little bit until it gets 6th link. I mean, the first 6th link would probably be Comets. I don't even know what I want to put here yet. It'd be really nice to get a percent more damage multiplier in here, but there's like no way to do it except unless maybe I don't know. Maybe I could do inhibitor. Fuck it, I don't know. So I would get frenzy charges, power charges, fire, and cold. But that's only like 16% more damage. Super critical. What about things like long shot? Long shot? Oh, it's attack damage. I need more inspiration. Everybody's using boundless energy. Why? Why is that? Oh, actually, Dialis is going to be the 6th link. Yeah. It's obviously going to be Dialis. +1 level of supported skill gems. Plus 10% quality. Actually, what's Comet's quality? I don't even know what his quality is. Critical hit chance? What? What? Wait, no, that's... Wait, what? Chance to repeat? Oh, the new one's chance to repeat. That's not nearly as good. I'd rather have base 2 crit chance. Damn it. Well, I don't know. Oh, okay, so Comet has a really high crit chance already. Comet's a great skill for bifurcated crits, dude. Does bifurcated crits even work, like, for anything else? It's not even showing up on here. Or is it just Tangle Tongue and the Lineage Gem? Is there any tech with Frost Wall that I could use with this? I still don't know how that stuff works. I know there was somebody who did like Frost Wall, Glacial Cascade or something. I don't know how that stuff works. Augment's limited per armor piece or per augment? It's per augment. I'm pretty sure. Cold Mastery. Yeah. Could do boundless energy, I guess. So get this, bifurcated crits double your cast on crit proc rate. So wait a minute, is it true that like if I have bifurcated crits that work on spell, that means Living Bomb, Ice Nova, and Frost Bomb are gonna crit double crit, which was actually gonna proc cast on crit even more to give me more energy to get comets, which will also have bifurcated crits. Crits on crits on crits, double crits, all the crits. Critception. Maybe it's Spell Echo in the end when I somehow figure out mana. Just don't see a way to get good supports. I don't want to use Conk Effect because I don't want to lose that much AoE. I don't want to use Elemental Focus because then I would lose Ignites and Freeze. You crits from the cast on crits from within the same cast on crit gem do not contribute to cast on crit, but crits from another trigger on a different gem should count for that cast on. So like crits from my crits from cast on elemental ailment triggers, that should count. Are you worried with Omen of Homogenation removal that craft gear will be more accessible? Only be accessible to the very rich? No, I'm not worried about that because I'll be very rich. For real though, yeah, it's gonna be a little harder in the mid game. It might be worse. Getting perfect gear, whatever, will be less accessible to the sort of mid to high range, for sure. A few sparks use Rising Tempest. We're looking at Rising Tempest, but apparently that doesn't work for trigger skills, right? It only works for self-cast, even though it doesn't necessarily, it's not 100% worded that way. Mageforge isn't specific to attacks. Hmm. Board skills deal 12% more elemental damage for each skill used recently of a different elemental type. Burglass. Crystal, ice crystal grants support skills 1% of damage change extra. Go for 6 seconds. 2000 maximum life. Destroyed ice crystal. Wait, I could use blindside. Yeah, I could use blindside. More crit bonus with hits against blinded enemies. Every enemy is blinded because I'm running whirling slash twister. So let's go more. And I don't need this skill to blind. And it's a cost multiplier, but damaging hits. Okay, that's could be spells. This could never inflict blind anyway. More crit multi on it already. All right. Well, how about we do that? Blind. Be supported by blindside. Why nobody uses this? Blindside connected to Comet. That's a strange one. And that's better than pinpoint critical, of course. Exploit weakness. I don't know for sure if this is probably good. Well, actually, now I'm gonna have way more crit chance than I need. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna have. Combat Frenzy is gonna give me power charges. And with power charges, I can have. Charge regulation. Which still gives percent more crit chance, even though they ripped away the percent more skill speed. Bastards. That gives Twister really close. What? 79. 54. Ah. Okay. Actually, a little bit more crit chance would go a long way. 77, 78%? Hmm. Theory crafting anything with shapeshifting? I can't. There's not enough information on shapeshifting skills. I don't think there's much point in doing that. Unless you're just working with the limited information we have from like the reveal. Druid is the second class you roll into. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Can I get endurance charges? I could have maps. Power charge. Eh. What do you guys think of this link? Cast on crit, comet, spell, cascade, blindside, efficiency, exploit weakness. Maybe exploit weakness isn't so good. I could have exploit weakness on something else. Like I could have it on I could have it on this link. I could have it on Whirling Slash maybe, although I probably don't want to do that. It also adds a cost multiplier. Fusion 2. Oh yeah, I will still randomly get endurance charges from this. Armor break 3? Yeah. Yeah, because it just breaks armor like stupid fast. Like, one thing I might end up doing, actually, is I might put exploit weakness on Whirling Slash. Or, I don't know if there's some other skill I can... Just to, like, peel off the armor. Just constantly, like, put it on, peel it off, put it on, peel it off. Like, even single target would just flood me with frenzy charges. It's actually one of the most powerful ways to get frenzy charges in the game. It takes Resonance Keystone. Am I doing some practice runs? I'm not really a speed runner, unfortunately, but I mean, I worked on it a bit for Act 1. I do have that Act 1 showcase. The only difference between that and this is, well, that was Ranger, and it had Frozen Locusts. So now we have to use either nothing for Elemental Twisters in Act 1, or Parry plus Fangs of Frost. Probably the second least intrusive way of doing it. Alright, so what about the stats on this? Do I have all the crit nodes? Gotta be some other crit. Oh yeah, this up here. I'll be able to take this later on. That'd be great. Well, although, if I go up this way, maybe not. Hmm. This will be a 5 jewel slot build, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty hype. We'll get a metamorphosis in here later. I have a 5% global chance to hit. Blind on hit too. Crazy. So now I don't know if because so most of the crits come from Tangle Tongue, but some of them come from Whirling Slash, and some of them come from Living Bomb and Frost Bomb, and I don't know to what extent there's like snapshotting involved and cast on crit to the point where like Tangle Tongue's bifurcated crits will work on the Comet cast. It's like most of the cast on crits will come from Twister, probably like 70 to 80% of them. But I'll be spending most of my time not with Tangle Tongue equipped. So actually, I'm hoping there is snapshots shenanigans on this. Now I don't know if like, what if like you ramp up 80% of your energy with Twister crits, and then the one that actually triggers it was from like Living Bomb, which was I don't know, for some reason like elemental cast on elemental ailment triggered through while I had Whirling Slash spear setup, which means there was no bifurcated crit. It's just like, it's so weird. I don't know. I don't even know how this is gonna work. Weirdest thing ever. Power charge consumed. Wait, there was a. Yeah. I guess this isn't gonna work. Not that. See, that'll be good. Am I going to use Trinity and Elemental Conflux? Yeah, almost certainly. But not. I'm currently looking at the Atlas progression version. This is like in the middle of maps, basically. Which, I mean, I know we get Atlas progression from tier 1 to tier 15 in like 10 maps or something, but you get the idea. What is this level? 74. Okay, fair. Actually, that's kind of early Atlas. Isn't that early Atlas? Tangle Tongue's really going to be required with this setup. I assume it won't cost much. Wait, can't we socket something in? Socketables. Why do I have 10, 7? 10, 7. No. What do I do with those other 3 points? Like, maybe. Maybe. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe? Again, I don't know if that's gonna work. I need more passives. Or if they buff Tangle Tongue, the price would skyrocket. Well, it's a good thing they're not going to. They're not gonna buff Tangle Tongue. It's okay. Yep. I forgot I'm supposed to take Energy Shield. Dang it. Have I considered Frostbomb and Ice Nova for getting Elemental Ground Twisters? Yeah, I already have that set up. I have it set up right now. I feel like Elemental Expressions, like, there's no point. This skill's so bad. I don't know why it's so bad, but... Maybe there's something I could do with it, though. I could make that have exploit weakness to rip off that. I could use it as like a utility skill. How might I do that? I could put exposures on with it, but I mean, I wouldn't. No point with that with Frostbomb. Elemental Expression, what? Is there some wild and awesome utility tech I can do with it? Because that would actually make it good. X percent of all players are using this? Wait, this is. Wait, what? Am I seeing this right? Nuh-uh. What? 60%, 10% of players are invokers, and 60% of invokers are using elemental expression. Why? What is this? What is this? What are they doing? I don't know this build. Falling Thunder. Oh, retreat. Retreat. Bifurcated crits. No, it wasn't that. It was. Um, I can't remember the name. Lineage Gem now. The one I used. What's the Lineage Gem again? Gargan's. Thank you. Garrican's Resolve now grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills of 50%. Garrican's Resolve, that is specific to that gem. In return, it no longer grants supported skills become usable after you've moved. The whole like usability, unusability 20 meter thing has now been removed. The skill gem itself. There's nothing in here about bifurcated crits, nothing in here about Tangle Tongue. So 100% crit chance with Tangle Tongue and bifurcated crits. These people are using it for real damage? Really? Low investment crit build. Yeah, well, it's also going to need some, like, lucky crit tech in there, because it does scale with lucky crit, but yeah, it seems pretty awful. Did they change this recently or something? Oh, nope. Did like 2x damage. Dynamic changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels. Is this better than I think it is? Elemental expression. It would be free. I mean, it is free damage with this build. It does give me, I do get 12% increased crit chance too. On the way for what it's worth. Melee critical hit. Well, isn't there like a cooldown? Is there no cooldown on this anymore? Wait, is there no cooldown on this anymore? Is that what's up? Yeah, I thought that was the reason why it was terrible. It's because there's a freaking cooldown. Wait, the mana cost is huge? It costs mana? What? I can't handle that. Oh my god. But when these crit, they also contribute to cast on crit. More crits on my crits. And again, I have bifurcated crits, so if I crit, I can double. Okay, so I can crit with my whirling slash, which will proc one of these attacks, which will double crit, which will give me 2 crits worth of energy for my cast on crit. Oh my god. Are there any melee spells? You could turn around and like make it. 20 higher, 39 mana. 39 mana is not that bad. I'm about to have to spend like 300 mana on Comet. That's nothing. uh, Flat mana minus mana cost. I don't think so. There's more in the way of mana efficiency stuff though on the tree. The monk fortunately has access to some of that. How do you get quality on this? You can quality this? Is that a thing? How about life tap on cast on crit? Probably get myself killed doing that. Maybe though. Maybe. Oh, they must have changed that. Didn't work like that before. I don't get it though. People aren't using this like they're using it for real damage. Nova projectiles. You put blind in here. What the heck? Alright, retreat sounds fine. Cooldown recover. Cooldown recovery, yeah. Ricochet. It's a chain impacting terrain. CI? Oh yeah, well it doesn't work with CI. Ignite 3. The people using it for blind. Well, Nova projectiles got nerfed. Like massively, so that's dead. Wait, I could use it for shock. No, wait, no I can't. Not if I'm using those boots, never mind. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I don't think I even need these boots. I think I need it. It's like it doesn't even matter if I have elemental twisters. Like it legit doesn't even matter at this point. I could have this just to get him, I guess. I could like do this. Well, the problem with this is now I don't have shock. Need to get shock in the build. What are we doing today? We're doing some crazy stuff. Cast on crit, bifurcated cast on crit twisters. Evidently, Tangle Tongue counts for spells as well as spear attacks. Somehow, according to Path of Building, anyway. Companion for shock, easy twisters. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could do that. Companion. It says hit with the weapon. It just says bifurcates critical hits. Oh, it just says bifurcates critical hits in one line. Oh yeah, if I'm using this weapon, I can't even go CI. I can't even go CI. That's actually kind of nice though. 10% mana cost converted to life cost is actually pretty sweet. Check on PWDB. Where? Hits with this weapon. This is what you're talking about? I don't know. Anyone want to try and test it in the game right now? Oh! AI's lying to me again. The cluster gets 30% elemental damage to ignite shock chill. Yeah, that's worth looking into, but I don't have enough passive points, I don't think. Just kind of stretch myself thin on that. Man, why you guys gotta ruin my fun? Ruined my fun. Makes me sad. Wait, I forgot I still had this. Holy shit. How is this not 100%? Oh, it's because I have the wrong tree on. Oh. Offhand on focus? Wait, can you use a focus with a spear on? I guess maybe you can't, huh? I didn't even think of that. You can't use a focus with a spear on, right? I don't even know the rules on this. Or can you? I mean, you can use a scepter. Like, what? Yeah, you can, can't you? Can you use a spear and a focus at the same time? Thoughts on sorcery ward buff? I don't know about it. I'm out of the loop. Now I'm in this weird place where I don't even know if Wake of Destruction is ever going to be needed on this build. I actually don't think it is. Am I going Twisters again? Yes, but I'm going to do a cast on crit Twister setup for the first time. I can afford this. How is this not at 100%? The 97. That's wild. How? Wait, what? Didn't affect it. Why? Why is elemental weakness not plus 10 to critical hit chance? It doesn't affect my crit chance? What? How is this config not making it work? Oh, maybe it's like, maybe it's actually accuracy based. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's accuracy base. Hit. Okay, hit chance. I don't even necessarily need this focus. I guess it's good to have kind of overkill crit chance though. Or actually, maybe I can drop that. Disabled. I guess I could do pinpoint critical, but I mean, it just makes more sense to have inevitable critical here. Followed the build last league, loved it. So you're just gonna do the same thing again. You have a guide for this one? Should you just go with the last? Well, if you want to do the exact same thing as the last build, it's basically the same thing except you'll only be able to use whirling slash level 1, even if you have defy 2, and like you can't use defy 2 whirling slash freely. With a high level whirling slash, you have to use level 1. Can't run out of mana with that. So that sucks a little bit, but that's only for the constricting command setup. I mean, everything else. Actually, there is one other big thing. The Frozen Locust no longer has chilled ground. So I'm probably going to use Parry plus Fangs of Frost in Act 1 only to get Elemental Ground. I mean, once... Basically, you just try to get, like, Frost Nexus, Tier 2 support gem somewhere. With Freeze, you want to get Wake Up Destruction, Call of the Brotherhood setup. That frees up any issues there, too. Invoker Monk, I guess, won't matter as much. No, not Viper Cap on this build. It's so weird. Like, I think I actually have more crit than I need. If that's the case, I can, like, spec into crit multi instead. This needs to be, like, level 90 something. 96. Uh, hmm. No, where's my tech speed? They do have a high crit chance. Well, that kind of makes sense, actually. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I'll just worry about the defenses later. To get into it. Okay. After this, I think this is set up. Alright, how much good is this? 100, 200, 260. Herald of Thunder I can drop if I want. Well, I mean, I guess we go Herald of Ice? Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to use Herald of Thunder here. Or even Herald of Ice. Give me a so you have Herald of Ice. I mean, I will shatter enemies, but like, what's the point? Oh, I could do Wind Dancer. Yeah, Wind Dancer would probably be smart. Or wait, I was gonna do Blasphemy, that's right. Now 260. That would be 320 the max. 320. I could use Trinity as well. Anyway, Blasphemy is 320. And then this saves me 66, I guess, with the changes. 320 minus 66 is without changing or without qualitying up any of the spirit gems. $254. So 154. Wait, really? That much? That's kind of a lot. Ooh. 54 times 20? Or 154 times 8? Wow, that's too much. Without a Against the Darkness or something. Yikes. Actually, what am I thinking? I don't care about elemental weakness. I'm gonna have Sunder my enemies anyway. Okay, well. Okay, this would be a body armor with 1800 life. That's. Or 1800 evasion. That is a lot. That's doable. And Alice progression's asking a bit. But also we have quality. So 154 minus 60 minus 10 times 20. So it'd actually be 1680. Cast on crit's cheaper? No. It's cheaper if you have quality on it. The cast on crit gets a 10% discount. Cast on elemental ailment gets nothing. It's actually the full 100. You can see here, cast on crit. New ascendancy, 50% reservation. Yeah, I know. I factored that in already. So it's 200 divide what? 200 by I can't remember the right number. 200 times. How does that work? I don't even know how to set it up in a calculator. I know that if you have 100% reservation efficiency, it cuts the cost in half. So if you have 50% reservation efficiency, it cuts the cost in a third, by a third. So it's now 66 times 2. Then I have 230% auras. There's 192. And take that minus 100 you get from the campaign. I take that times 20. That's a pure evasion chest thing it would set up. So pretty sure each 10% is just 10 spirit. 10% increased reservation efficiency. Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right, actually. Well, okay. This PoE1 brain rot, I guess. I'm stricken by. Okay. All right. Well, okay. It's actually a lot cheaper then. So 100 cast on Christian go down to 40. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then we also have this, like right here. It's another 20. Like, I may actually do that and go that route. That's pretty wild. All right, so we have 30 plus 30 plus 50 plus 40 minus 100 times 20. We need 1,000 evasion. Okay, but what if I have 80 with Wind Dancer? $1,600. And a hybrid chest will be easier to hit that number. That's not that insanely hard to hit. 1,600. But it is kind of hard to hit while you're Atlas progression. I could just leave it blank. Kind of want Wind Dancer there, though. Oh, and that was also... Wait, was that with... It was with... Yeah, usually the term reservation efficiency doesn't mean like a straight one for one. Kind of weird. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I get power charges. I have power charges. They'll be on bosses too. No, I'm getting frenzy charges from this setup. Twister having armor break 3 connected to resonance. And then I'm not exactly sure, like, to get it, to get a lot of frenzy charges on the boss, you would need to exploit weakness somewhere. Right now I put it on Comet, because it might actually work pretty well. I'm not sure, though. I either have exploit weakness on... Well, actually, I could put exploit weakness on elemental expression. That's one of the things could do. Shit. Maybe I do that. Exploit weakness. Yeah, I pointed this out before. We got a lot of good stuff over here. Got this. Why did it do that? What the hell? Not even as close, man. Boom, boom, boom. That's like, all right, this is basically everything. This basically would be kind of like the finished tree, essentially. I mean, there's more stuff than I can handle here, but, you know. I don't know, maybe I'd take this too. Fuck it. Guess I should, huh? So I guess I'm actually gonna have to do this. I'm not gonna be able to afford it. So it's the same build for Monk last 3 seasons. I don't know what you're theory crafting. Man, that's a hell of a comment. Alright, let's see. Twister combined with Comet. Combined with Whirling Slash. Wait, there's only one monk on here. I guess you're right. There's one monk here. True. One monk. Let's see if it's the same build. Lightning Spear? What? Cast on ailment. Double Comet. Spell echo. What? Why double Comet? Is that a good idea? Double Comet? I didn't even think of that. Double Comet. I mean, this is the closest thing to the build I'm running. There's one guy on here that has something like this. It's not even cast on crit, actually. It's not even a crit build. It's not a crit build. You can see the fucking pathing. What? This is way down here. Does this tree? I'm sorry, does this tree here look like this tree here? Won't ailment builds be less consistent now with 40% HP increase? I mean, sure, but just do more damage. That's all. Damn, those get expensive. It's only 103 mana. Yeah, the problem is I don't think I can afford Spell Echo. It's gonna be like, how much does it cost? Wait, why does it not cost more? The frick? What? Hey. Cost multiplier, 150%. Yes, you can use focus with spear. Alright, thank you. Dude, what the frick? What is this? Cannot support channeling skills or skills which are triggered. Oh yeah, that's why. Can't support triggered skills. So Spell Cascade does work on triggered skills. Cannot support channeling or remote skills. Huh. Okay. Good. I will do this. Because, I mean, I still technically get elemental round from Ice Nova and Frost for cold infusions, so. And that'll actually be up on bosses. Not super often, I guess, but technically. And now, like, it'll stay elemental for 8 seconds, not 4, which is also big. I think I will try elemental expression here. Because then I can put expose weakness on this stupid thing. Wait, why can't I? Brah! I can't use it. What the heck? Do like this? Double time? 40% less cast on crit? Yep, sure does. I guess my mana will be happy. My mana situation will be happy, guy. I'm gonna spend 40% less mana. Holy shit. I got 40% mana reservation efficiency this next league. Holy. You guys gotta stop looking at the the bad side on everything. Oh, jeez. Alright, let me see what people are doing with the elemental expression. No, we don't know where the new AoE skills are. Somehow there were 6% of all players last league used elemental expression. That's wild. I think they all just using the same build. This must have been, I don't know who popularized this, but somebody did. Retreat. Freeze. Oh yeah, I would use this for shock, actually. Fuck. Wait, can I do Ambrosia support here? You know what? That's what I need. I need Ambrosia support. If I get Ambrosia support, I can actually shock enemies. I guess. Elemental expression would shock enemies, though. I don't know why they went freeze. For blind and building cast on crit. Isn't it just like one attack every 0.2 seconds? Or one spell every 0.2 seconds? With Nova Projectile and Chain? Oh, well, Nova Projectiles don't work. No. So, you get wrecked. Unless you do like Nova. Well, I could do Nova projectiles and then extra projectiles, I guess. Right? Because now it just says supported skills fire projectiles in a circle. Maybe I just do wild shards too? I don't know. Is that it? Scatter shot. Wait, it's not an option. That's only for like, I think that's only for bows. Oh, here we go. Multi-shot. Probably just use this. Right? Because I guess that works. Spell, projectile, chain. If you dex the highest, they'll use a chaining attack most. Wait, which one is that? Is that the lightning one? Because I actually want it to shock. I don't even have shock in the build. Ironically. Well, dex will be the highest. So do cooldown recovery. Cooldown recovery. Chain. We're using chain? Does it chain automatically? Oh, it chains automatically. Oh, okay. But you use it to chain off walls, right? Well, I saw one with chain on here before. I don't know where it went. It was a what? Maybe it was a lineage gem chaining off the wall. God, I could have swore I saw something like that. Maybe I just do elemental armament. Elemental attack damage though. Not attack. I just realized trigger skills works. I think. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what I put in here exactly, but given that it can give me extra cast on crit, shock, like missing shock completely, kind of a problem. Fortunately, I think cast on elemental ailment doesn't matter that much if it goes off a ton. Like, the cast on crit component of the skill still works with or without it. I guess. Use ambush and pinpoint. Ambush and pinpoint. Why would I use ambush? I think if I use pinpoint, I already have it. They don't gain your weapon crit. I know. I got a lot of crit though. Like I'm using effigy of cruelty and stuff. Oh, well, actually, hold on. What's the base crit on it though? The base crit. Doing that different crit. Okay. Spell. Oh my god, my keyboard. Okay. Yeah, alright. Well, it's less. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's less than Comet is. I could use Blindside. I mean, if they take, in order to do a melee crit, I have to. The enemy's literally gonna be blinded 100% of the time, unless I guess it's hitting an enemy that's further away, which will probably be blinded from Twister anyway. that's any good or not. Not giving me that much shock, I guess. I don't know, maybe it'll shock enemies. Maybe you get lucky. What's it called? Late Atlas? Alright, Late Atlas. How about some defenses, huh? No, I don't have enough passives. Not like this. Damn. This is everything I would like to take. Well, okay, Metamorphosis can fix this, I guess. Hmm. 40% crit chance. Enemies. Kind of a big deal. I feel like that wheel is worth it. Spell damage from Comet. I mean, it helps. But there's not much sources of spell damage. There's a lot of percent damage. Like, I mean, even this is spell damage too. 40% increased damage against dazed enemies. That's spell damage. Same bucket. Here's like actual spell damage. Damage, if you've dealt a critical hit in the last 8 seconds, same thing. There's actually a lot of percent increased damage for Comet here. You can see, look. Find it. Here we go. Condition dazed. Triggered a spell recently. Crit in the last 8 seconds. Using a melee weapon. Crit in the last 8 seconds. Crit recently. Trigger skill. Dazed. Trigger skill. Using melee weapons. There's 389% increased damage on Comet. Is that good? I think that's pretty good. Am I building a Twister Monk? Yeah, I'm building a Twister cast on crit monk, actually. Actually, the best thing would be this. So maybe with the Metamorphosis Jewel, I can do this. Also this. I'll crit. Might not take that though. Seemed that great. I feel like I'd be pretty dumb not to take this. Common is only 79 mana, which is surprising to me. That's actually pretty respectable. That's not bad at all. I was thinking it was gonna be like 300 or something. This goes off. Too bad. Maybe Elemental Expression is actually dunk my mana more than anything. To what extent do I have to use this? It's probably gonna be kind of important. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it won't be. And like, I think I can just take this point by itself with a Metamorphosis Jewel. The medium large. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably just use the one to get Metamorphosis. I'll save a lot of points there. Okay, late Atlas can be this. So late Atlas getting the energy shield stuff on the points. The early Endgame. I don't think I can go any higher than 115 here. $16. Hmm. That medium large metamorphosis would be a big deal on this build. Invoker's cast on crit setup. This is cast on crit comet. And cast on elemental ailment. Living bomb, ice bomb, frost bomb. We'll get cold and fire infusions. Fire infusion for comet, cold infusion for ice nova. Get elemental twisters that way, although the elemental twisters don't matter that much. It's basically just about critting. Oh yeah. Reminds me. What's this called? Exploit weakness. So I can use exploit weakness on elemental expression. Elemental expression can be used basically to feed into more cast on crit, a little bit of damage, exploit weakness, and shock, since most of the time it'll be lightning and it'll be the only source of lightning damage, really. Exploit weakness will rip off armor. So basically constantly, especially single target. Here it is. Twister has armor break 3, because I don't care as much about the single target here. Twister is armor break 3, which gives me endurance charge, 20% chance to gain endurance charge when supported skills fully break armor. In maps, it's going to give me a ton of endurance charges, but actually frenzy charges. But especially in maps, and if I or am single target or whatever, and I have a way to peel off that, because you can't, like, once the armor is broken on an enemy, you can't like re-armor break them or whatever until it expires, I guess. So it needs some sort of way to like peel off armor break. I'm considering it in the comet, actually. I think that might actually work, but I'm not sure. This damage will be more delayed than previous build. But like, we're looking at a progression point late in the Atlas or whatever. You weren't like one-shotting everything with twisters, you know. Builds were weak. Don't yet have hundreds of divines worth of investment in them, of course. And yeah. Anyway, I mean, I think this will actually feel pretty good in the sort of mid-late endgame. Super late, it may feel a little weird because I used to just delete things instantly with crazy damage. A comet delayed damage. It'll look spicy, but now enemies have more health anyway, so maybe delayed damage makes more sense. Outside of like mirror tier gear. Oh, and it'll be harder to craft perfect gear. There's no homogenized exalt or homogenized omen. Not doing Deadeye Twister this time. Nah, the plan was not to do it anyway. Wanted to do something a little different this time. %16 increased skill effect duration, really. It's still a good build. Slightly slower. About the same amount of damage. I don't absolutely have to have 2 max frenzy charges, but I should. I should do that. Uh-oh. Wait, what the fucking hell? Why does it look like that? That's weird. Still gonna be a great spot for Timeless Jewel. For AoE and skill effect duration, I guess. What's your draw to the days cluster? Well, this is one of the few ways to get a ton of % increased damage. They'll count for spells. 15 here, 40 here. Or sorry, 50, 40 here, 15 here. And a ton of global crit chance as well. This counts for spells and for attacks. Not specified attacks only. New area of effect nodes and period to be released yet? Nope. We don't know them yet, unfortunately. I really wish I had a few more passive points, man. I have to assume that we get a metamorphosis jewel. Alright, so I'm about to sign off here. I'll give you guys TLDR. This is a rush to hollow palm technique using Fangs of Frost, and so every single iteration it's whirling slash twister. This very first initial campaign run, if you're not using a different skill, you'd use parry and Fangs of Frost to get chilled ground, since Frozen Locust has been deleted from the game for chilled ground. Else you just forget about it and don't worry about chilled ground or elemental twisters. Which should be alright, actually. Or you can just level as a different skill. Once you get Hollow Palm, that opens up something really interesting, which is Tempest Flurry, which has double shock effect. We have a whole bunch of increased shock chance immediately coming in here, and extra shock magnitude here. Gonna immediately be looking at nearly 50% shocks. Got freeze build up here and even more shock chance moving down this way. Twister gets a little bit of love here, a little bit of speed. And somewhere around this point, actually, Tempest Flurry might result in moving faster than Whirling Slash. Should be kind of weird, but anyway, more into lightning shock, lightning penetration, and at this point you're unlocking I Am the Thunder, so single target or in maps you're going to have lightning ground, shocking ground pretty reliably, especially with Tempest Flurry. Okay, and then you rush down to Dance with Death, and once you get Dance with Death, probably Whirling Slash is faster than Tempest Flurry. Then start picking up all this stuff, in which case it almost certainly is faster once you get all of this wheel here. And then you get Unbound Avatar, even higher shock uptime, shock ground. Don't need a companion, don't actually need Wake of Destruction. I guess. Gonna be missing freeze on the build though. Might make things more dangerous. That kind of concludes the campaign. Yeah, the only reservation I have about this is not having freeze on the build. But you could go call the Brotherhood anyway, and then get it. But then you wouldn't actually shock really hard either. And that you would have to go I Am the Blizzard if you did that. Anyway. Then comes a sort of crit swap, getting into crit as you get to early access, or early Atlas, I mean. Early Atlas, crit swap, basically that's all that's happening here. And with the crit swap, you get Lead Me Through Grace, getting a little bit more, not going cast on crit yet, it's just in transition, basically it's transition. And then the real transition happens at the end here with pulling all that middle area. It's going to cost a lot of gold. Go full-blown crit, and then you're in cast on crit territory here. Once you have it set up this way. This is level 71. 71's pretty early. In the middle of the Atlas progression. Early, actually it's kind of early Atlas, honestly. Only shortly after the, yeah, I guess at the beginning of the Atlas, more or less. Alright, late Atlas, starting to go into defensive nodes, starting to prioritize energy shield and evasion, body armor, helmets. Kind of like subterfuge mask, but I don't think I'm going to get it. Early in game, this is kind of this will be to whatever extent the league start variant of the build. I don't really know exactly what I want to do with this, because I want to actually go over here, do that, but now I'm level 109, so it doesn't work. I'm not exactly sure if I'm gonna sacrifice some things or what. Really want to sacrifice all this. I might, though. I might have to. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. They don't really need any damage from any of this stuff. It's just losing the speed, but I gotta pay a price just to even get to the speed. So I probably do actually just drop the spear damage stuff. As crazy as that sounds. The only way to have enough points to go up here. Metamorphosis jewels save a bunch of points too. I don't know. If I do that, 95 is kind of pushing it, huh? Drop Hollow Palm after the campaign. Shortly after campaign. Should probably drop this temporarily. I can deal with slower twisters. It's fine. I have to pay. I basically have to pay 2 points just to get over here, just to get projectile speed. And again, with Metamorphosis, I'll get it back anyway. This about hits the spot, I guess. Two weapons. I'd be a fast weapon and then Tangle Tongue, and there's I only have two uniques for the build: Tangle Tongue and Effigy of Cruelty for critical weakness and spell damage. Yeah, this can skill speed. Change that over to weapons at 1. I don't know. I don't know yet. I gotta get going if I'm gonna eat any dinner tonight. Alright, I'm gonna give you guys the path of building that I've worked on. This is not a finished product. Not even close. I'll work more on this tonight, but you guys get some sense of what's going on. I will say the entire segment of the campaign, not counting gear because I don't have gear on there, but I did spend a lot of time on that. That looks pretty good to me. I suspect if you wanted to do a campaign run on it, you probably could. Everything that exists in the game in 0.3 transitioning to 0.4 for campaign related purposes and how I set that up, that all exists right now. There's nothing weird about it. So if you want to look into, you want to scrutinize it, you want to actually do a playthrough of it, you can. The weirdest thing to me will be Fangs of Frost parry in Act 1. But yeah. You'll be fighting unarmed with your fists exposed in weapon set 1, yes. And then weapon set 2, you'll have a spear. Hollow Palm is really nice early in the campaign because whatever weapon you have is going to be garbage anyway. So might as well go with the no weapon option. And then you'll never even worry about getting an offhand except in the beginning. In the beginning, you'll wear a buckler for parry, but then you'll ditch the buckler and you won't need it anymore. Easy access elemental twisters will come in with Tempest Flurry giving shock. And then having I Am the Thunder. So you do a little bit back and forth, Tempest Flurry, and there's Tempest Bells in there too. It's more optional. But Tempest Flurry gives you at one point, up to 100% shock effect, which is maxed. So you're really going to want that in there. It's going to be wildly strong in the campaign. Ooh. All right. And I'm going to go raid somebody on Twitch. Who are we going to raid? We could give it to Palstron. Maybe. Actually, hold on. Maybe not. Okay. We're going to raid Palstron from the outset. From Twitch and on YouTube. I will see you guys next time. I don't really want to make a YouTube video until I feel like I'm in a good finished spot here. But covering a lot of unknown territory with spells and cast on crit and stuff, I know it's going to be a good build. Especially think it's going to be good with all the changes coming to 0.4. Delayed damage will actually make a lot more sense in 0.4 than it did in 0.3. Burst, resistance, bosses, and all that stuff. So, we'll see. Anyway, we'll catch you guys next time. I think I will be on tomorrow. Yeah, probably. I have to continue. But I'll work on this more tonight, and in the morning We'll have something better to show you next time. I might actually do some playthroughs and stuff, actually testing characters. Yep. Alright, enjoy Past on stream. See you guys next time.